Interesting. Hello. Good morning. Just getting started here. I'm going to be off the Discord this morning, I think. Excuse me. Just kind of messing with something this morning, so wanted to see something real quick. So I'm not, I think I've said it before, I'm not convinced that we're ready to go anywhere yet, but there's a, something I wanted to check out. So SPY did drop yesterday. It looks like it went right to where I thought it was going to go. And the creek's pretty high, so it wouldn't be surprising to see it go mostly sideways here. We'll see. We'll see how much crowd control they have today. Sometimes there's a concentrated effort. Wolf dropped down this morning. Palantir is still way up here. It's dipping a little bit. I wouldn't be concerned if you're bullish on it. I think it could go up pretty high. Basically, there's chop, but like I said, I don't necessarily think it's going to just full on drop yet. It looks like it's going for the hook, which is pretty far up there. So there's something I wanted to do, and I haven't done it in a long time. I think I need to do this, so I'm going to try to do it. So I haven't used extended hours as much as regular trading hours on AMC, and sometimes I kind of just ignore some of it, and that's not always a good thing. I mean, there'd be reasons why you wouldn't use it. Again, just in terms of like observing liquidity and stuff like that, it may not be the most helpful thing, but it can be very telling when it comes to certain elements. So probably not a good idea to like ignore it forever. Tesla's crossing 298. Yeah, all right. So I thought that might be suspiciously close to where we are, and it is. So this is concerning for me. I don't even remember this happening, so I feel like I'm way behind because this was like a week ago. Apparently there was on a Thursday this like random pump to like 287. And that goes to show you how little I was paying attention to it. Why does that bother me? Well, it does have a lot of reminiscence of what we were already expecting to have happen, which is kind of a big pump followed by maybe a distribution. It also reminded me a little bit too much, perhaps, maybe kind of uncomfortable, because it reminded me a bit of what happened in the Judge Zern decision way back. And that move itself is very, very similar in nature because it flattened out, and it does have a massive move. Don't get me wrong, this is huge. But this kind of move right here happening in extended hours was similar. It did open at like $6 or something at the time. Went to like 8, opened at like 6, and then it dropped back down. It was a similar move. I mean, we were moving from like $3 or something like that, maybe even a little bit lower. I don't know. I don't think it ever went below 3. So I think it's probably like 3.30 or something, all the way up to $6. So it was a similar kind of move that we're talking about. And because we're talking about right now moving from like 270 to 4 something or even 5, and it's like that's pretty close to the same. So, but this right here is very oddly like similar, I guess. There's a lot of commonality in the flattening and the iterations shrinking and getting to that place where there's that big upthrust, and it just kind of doesn't make me feel good. So I went and I looked at where that went to, and sure enough, it actually does, the local anyways, does point back to kind of where we are now. So I find that to be unsettling. So what I mean is that if you take the, I'll show you what I mean. Easier to do it than to talk about it. If you take this backwards, let's say you use, I don't even really want to use the last peaks, but let's use the these two, because these two are pretty much in line. They're almost exactly in line with this guy. And so when I did those two together, they almost exactly go through it. There's a slight difference, but it's basically negligible. I mean, it's almost exactly the same. So if you go through these two, which is like the peak right there, this certainly looks a bit more like a wedge, like a rising wedge, or maybe a triangle. Well, we wouldn't call it a rising triangle. We would call it a, what do they call it? I think it's called a symmetrical wedge, where it doesn't go up or down. Anyways, this bothers me though, because like I went back and I was like, where's that going? This is going nowhere, you know? But it doesn't go nowhere. It actually goes to very, 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 very close to this top. Like close enough that I'm concerned. So I was thinking about it and I was like, yeah, maybe there's a, maybe this parallel matters for some reason. You know, I don't know why it would, but maybe it matters for some reason. So I'm going to do something now. I'm going to take this one, if I can, it'd be like pixel perfect. I'm going to attach it to those two peaks. So that's all it touches, right? It doesn't touch anything else. Doesn't have any other major interaction. That's it. But when you take it backwards and you just drive that down, it's suspiciously close, maybe even is the right, yeah, I would even say it is the one. I mean, this is the kind of the original trend, and it's the one that we kind of captured right here as well. You know, maybe we didn't come quite far enough down. It's slightly off. I find that to be kind of compelling, so I'm not really sure why that's there. This would be like the original cross, though, that we kind of went away from. And it's built on, again, maybe it seems like it's not that important, but it's actually built on the all-time high. And it's definitely being used. There's no doubt in my mind that this kind of exists. So I'm trying to figure out like what it would represent on the big picture. I'm not really sure yet. I guess just directional input for one. So the earliest interaction is this peak and this peak. And then from then on, it's like using it like an anchor, kicking away from it or jumping up over it. I mean, every time it jumped over it, it kind of made some bullish moves. But then it sort of abandons it, comes back to this area later, assumes a very similar trend, and you can kind of copy it, and you see what I mean. You know, you apply this forward, and this probably only works with extended hours the way that we're seeing it visually. So just a word of caution. Yeah, and then even going back further to these 2 points on these 2 double tops, that's really convincing. So I find that to be very curious because now that wick, I just don't know what else it would be useful for. I'm trying to figure out, because like once you get over it, you're over it, but it's just a strange one to me. And we can see what else it interacts with here. Nothing. So here's what I'm thinking. I'll be pretty surprised and maybe excited, I don't know, but pretty surprised if there's any kind of real big movement today that's not just down or sideways, because so if it's up, I'd be pretty surprised because it's Friday, and Fridays don't tend to be the most bullish days. They can be very bullish, but usually it's kind of a mixed bag, and it's not usually the best. Your option sellers have their fun on Fridays, collecting, you know, from people who bought stuff too early or whatever. They're going to want to keep it low if they can. In a bullish setup, the operators would obviously just kind of take it, go, run with it. But that doesn't happen that often. So yeah, so anyways, what does this represent? I don't know. Maybe it's a I guess it could be an attempt to establish like a new trend here, that the fact that it hit that marker and checked it and didn't do it with any real volume, which is the other thing. It's like the one that did happen with the Judge Zern decision has pretty immense volume behind it, even in the extended hours. And it came after a really obvious, like, let's just say like a bottoming zone. This does not. This is almost like a really extended overreaction. It doesn't have any kind of real, like, this could have been something, I guess, but it doesn't have anything else to it. So it's very odd. I just think it's very strange. It's a weird number too. 288. So anyways, that's the parallel structure. And I guess if it went down here, it could be really low. That's like 180s. So that's pretty much par for the course. The other thing that could be going on is some kind of a cross here, which I'm not really using, but it's possible, you know, that there's something else at play. So, because I already had this guy on the chart from just using our basic kind of wave analysis and trying to determine where these creeks are now. Yeah, it doesn't really matter which one. That's kind of like a test of it at an angle. Let me see what this does going backwards. Maybe it's actually, maybe it didn't actually get high enough there. This is interesting. This guy right there. That's where we are now too. I would see this as a secondary resistance, since this is where it had tried to build a support, even though I think all of these wicks are almost exclusively, except for this one, in extended hours. Then there's not really much else to go off of there, so it doesn't matter. I mean, it goes back to here, but I don't think this is, I don't know. I'm not really sure this is that relevant. The thing is like, I don't think that the algorithms and the quantum computerized stuff, whatever it is that's running the markets all the time, these massive programs, I don't think that they see things like, the way I always think about it is like a mesh, and it's not even like 2-dimensional, it's like 3-dimensional. So they don't see it in a, and what I mean by that is like, the idea of a 3-dimensional object is it's multifaceted, so you can turn it in space and see not just the up and the down and the left and the right, but also like around it. And I think that might be a little bit confusing, but there's so much data that goes into it. I just think about that as like multifaceted. Like there's a lot of different pieces of information. So everything that's hit, we see it like linearly here in like a flat 2-dimensional space. But there's a 3-dimensional nature to it. Like there was so much behind this hit right here. It's not just what levels are horizontal, what's going on diagonally, where are the wave supports. There's also this idea of like liquidity, like what's informing that idea of a horizontal support in terms of liquidity. There's also like long-term trends, there's long-term trajectory, there's that kind of directional input from operators and like where that would need to stop or where that would need to break. And all of these things just kind of make up a picture of liquidity zones, which is why like horizontals become like king, because you can just kind of determine like, all right, well, there's clearly support there because it keeps interacting with it. But then there's also like the options chain. There's all kinds of other stuff that goes on behind the scenes with short selling and like where those levels would be. And we don't see a lot of that stuff. We can kind of tell with volume, maybe where that is. Anyways, so this is an interesting one too, because this goes back to the earliest kind of support after that big drop, and it developed like a trajectory, a trend. And it, for the most part, you can see it's held pretty well. I mean, there's been times where it's attempted to kind of break above it and failed, but it's been almost exclusively a distribution zone. So this could be thought of as like a test of that zone here. And maybe that's probably the best way to look at this, is like it's just a simple liquidity test that happened in extended hours. Yeah. And it doesn't really represent much else. So it does look like these two as well. I still don't like that it happened in extended hours and that the resulting action could be downside because of that push here early. It's just a weird thing to do. It is consistent, as you can tell, with the zone that we need to break out in. So you can see where that is, and that is consistent with like right where we would need to be in order for this thing to run. So there's that. I don't have anything else to it. I'm just nervous about it. I don't like it, so that's probably all there is to it. In regular trading session, this looks pretty meh, like mostly weak, mostly not good. So I have to be as honest as I can be. So like we've been very flip-floppy the last few days, and it makes sense. This is a widening, so naturally every time it's done this, it's kind of pushed either direction, and it hasn't yet picked a finalized direction. There were two things that stood out to me yesterday. Number one was the volume. Now it changed by the end of the day, but it was like the last 15 minutes. But about the last 15 minutes before close, this was actually the lowest volume candle since this region right here, which is not really comforting, right? Because it looks like pretty much the same thing happening right here. And we were talking about March 25th yesterday. We were talking about how that area has this push up and then it slips back beneath the creek. And I was saying that like, well, the The comparable, if you look at these two green lines coming down, they're kind of bluish greenish. The comparable comparison would be us dropping beneath this one, which is right there. So that's us dropping beneath 265. Probably end up being like 263 or something because it's taking a long time if it does drop. So it would be pretty low by the time we'd be able to say, yeah, it's definitely bearish. But you'd have this drop right here, essentially, and that zone would be very critical. And if you didn't hold that, then it's probably going to dump pretty far, you know, just to be straightforward. But we didn't talk about how far as much as we could have yesterday. But I say pretty far, like the way this built out, it does look like it could take quite a while. Like this may not even move until the 15th, which is very backwards. Like that's extremely opposite of what we had previously talked about. It's extremely opposite the other direction. It's not even close. You know what I mean? It really is like a complete flip of the coin. So what's required, and I think I said it yesterday before close, before I shut it off, and then also on the Discord, is like you really don't want to drop like that 270 region. And it did drop 270, went to 269. And then, I'm sorry, cleared my throat. And then you have a kind of a weak close. This is like a engulfing candle, but the wicks don't go as far. So it is kind of inside at the same time. It's very strange. It does come back down. You see this green marker. This is this one actually is green. This is one goes from the previous high here, not the one on the very top, to the next one. So from an iteration standpoint, those are like peak 1, peak 2. So those are mostly the pivots that I'm using. And that goes to the pivot on the February 14th date, and then the pivot right here on the April 14th date, around that time period. So those are the two main pivots that I'm using, and I'm just connecting them either to the top or to themselves. So yesterday it went below it, and you're like, okay, what does that mean? You know, it didn't seem to hit much of anything. It just kind of dipped low. I mean, it made a higher low technically, in terms of a candle, but then it also made a lower high. So again, it was like an inside. It was a very low volume candle by comparison to previous regions. There was, again, one area that was that low, and it was back in March here. The other area that was that low was back on February on like the 4th, which was basically this bottom. So interestingly enough, both of those areas are kind of in the same spot. So if you look at the low volume here, right in this zone there, and if you look at the low volume here, right in this zone here, these are the lowest 4-hour candles. They're comparable to some lower ones like in the middle here, but those ones have like the most in terms of low. I went and I just double checked. That was the ones that stood out to me as the lowest when I did a line across. And I can do it right now, but you know, it's volume. So I've had to put it on its own thing. Otherwise it's going to move. But you can see right there, none of the others come close to that. Now, again, did this raise in the end of the day? Yes. But until about the last 10 minutes, this was, these two were competing, you know, as like some of the lowest candles. So the one right here on May 5th, and then another one right here on May 8th. So it's almost as if those are kind of equally spaced. I wouldn't say they are equally spaced, but it's pretty darn close, especially if you go to this one. I mean, that's a pretty interesting little wave on the volume, as you can see. Almost the same. Anyways, why does that matter, Booksy? Well, it matters because it usually implies a bigger move, so coming up or down. Both of these, again, they're kind of coming off the same point, which is one we've already marked off, which is that 310 area, up to about 315, and then downward towards like 303. So 310, but then, you know, you've got a little bit of a range around it. That's the same area we've been looking at anyways. That's that really low volume pocket This is kind of interesting because we're talking about that as a kind of a danger zone for us. So we're a little bit concerned about maybe stopping a little short or not going all the way. It is a breakout level, so there's a lot riding on that, I think. I'm trying to remember what this even was. So anywho, so where are we, Booksy? This morning? We're nowhere, really. We haven't done anything. We're just kind of chopping between 270, 273. I don't know what this is. Oh yeah, this is the big old cat ear line. So from a kind of a grand perspective, I use the cat ears quite a bit. They're not perfect because they change, and it's like a creek doesn't just sit there stagnant. It usually kind of evolves. So there's clearly more than one marker here you can draw, and some of them are much wider, and they do interact later. For example, like right there, these create interesting like resistance creek lines that you can use, and they all kind of go back towards, as you can tell, like the all-time high and then that drop on July 1st, 2021. And this is in large part, a big zone that we've got to kind of pass through right now. And it certainly looks like the right zone to kind of pass through right now to get back up towards the top. Beyond that, there's not much else to say, but I would say that if we push up beyond 330s, we are pushing that cat ear. And the last time we did it in this kind of anemic way was back in the May of last year. We did push above it, though not much. So just worth noting that there is a possibility, again, that that's going to be at play, and probably is at play. I think anytime you're in that region, maybe even do like a bit of a split there. It actually looks quite nice. Yeah, these are going to be maybe at odds with some of the goals that we might have if we can't get above those. So just something to consider. Not trying to add more crap to the chart. I'm just looking at something else. I'm trying to like look at other things that are not, like I already know where those levels are. I'm just looking at things that I haven't looked at before, or I haven't looked at in a long time. So I was looking at extended hours. I was looking at that weird wick up. Just trying to make heads or tails of that. All of this stuff is in the same spot. So it just goes to show, like, again, it's so multifaceted. There's so much right here from like 3 to 370. And then we know there's another pocket of information right here. So it's like a lot of data right here, a lot of data right here. And so those are high probability zones. We also have a lot of data down below right now around 240 up to 246, which is right between the two lows, possibly even a little bit lower if it slips, because, and I was looking at this morning again, I kind of went backwards again, but I'm all over the place. But this to me is taking a little bit too long, and so this is very backwards. This doesn't match those triangulations. It's like you go the opposite way, you'd end up back here, potentially even below the lows. I made a comment yesterday on the Discord group that I want to clarify. When you avoid going down, it does seem like a bad thing most of the time, because when you avoid going down, what it usually means is that it's going to come back at some point. And I think that could be the aim here. So to play devil's advocate against devil's advocate here and just flip it again, I made a comment that like there are times where the market clearly presents you with a low, but you don't go to it. And that did happen in that Judge Zern area after APE was introduced. There was a long period where we were bouncing around between like 350s at lowest. It was like 368 or something. And like the highs there were, $4 to $5 regularly. And that was a really long area. It was 10 months or so of just sideways flatness. And we avoided going down to the point where like I got mocked for it. Oh, this is when I was on Twitter and X, and I don't use that anymore. But I haven't used it for like 2 years or something. But like that was a long time ago. So like I was being openly mocked about it because I had called a number out early on that was 250. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Look at where we are now. Says Booksy. What a smug thing to say, Booksy. I know. But I'm kind of joking about the joke too. I know it's ridiculous. But the idea of like that I didn't call it out like this, so I'm not it's tongue in cheek for me. But like the idea that we were not going to that, people were like, well, we still haven't even hit this, and you said we were going to hit this, and blah, 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 blah. You know how people are. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know what to tell you except that this was being targeted. And it consciously like avoided going down further because it had already hit like a liquidity pocket. But then the truth is that was all kind of a ruse anyways, and it was going to be used for distribution purposes. Even if we didn't have that reverse split, which probably was inevitable, but even if we didn't have that, even with the shift chart, it still goes down really low. It still goes back to all-time lows. So it's not like the shift chart erases this completely. There's still a huge downside after that big pop. And I say the Judge Zern decision just because it's easy to remember. That's when that was. It was in that August, about 2 years ago. So, well, a year and 6 or 7 months ago. Anyways, point being, when I look at that and I think about how it avoided it, it does remind me of kind of what's going on right now. And there's a sense in which we've seen it repeatedly, and I didn't call it out. I didn't personally think we would come down below the bottom here. I just didn't. And I haven't yet said that until like now. This is the only time I'm like, yeah, maybe. Even up until yesterday. I mean, that's how long it's been. I was like, I don't think so. I think we don't need to go below the bottom yet. And it's not because of some fractal somewhere. It's really because of the nature of what would be going on here, which is you're deep diving through the liquidity between the regions that you skipped over, which is, again, roughly the $4 area, although we did skip, again, 4 down to 370, which is noteworthy. We keep passing through it. We have not yet really traded it. You can see like all the interactions in that area have been like quick moves through it. But from here down to just below the previous bottom, we have traded. If you look at where we are now, we're trading that region right here. So wait, you said at one point a long time ago that you said because we made this dip, it seemed like there's probably liquidity there that they're going to come back. And I said, yeah, I agree, they're going to come back. But if you look carefully, this is the zone that right when it entered, it's the last attempt to sort of stop the price movement. It's a prelim support of sorts. There's a bit of a bear flag kind of motion right here. You could call it an LSPY if you want to call it that, or a bear flag, but it's essentially like this last little M cross that happens. And there's two areas, one's right here, one's right here. And then it's just beyond it. It doesn't ever come back, doesn't trade it again. These are the platforms that you would set up on just underneath the range before you go down. So in my mind, I'm like, that does make sense that you would maybe avoid even going low just to start, and you would trade as low as you can. And if this becomes a floor that you want to break, then you do your spring there and pump it up. I know that's a little bit nuanced. Maybe it's a little out there for some. But anyways, I had contested up until today that I didn't think that was on the table. What changed my mind about today, Booksy? Well, what's changed my mind is that we didn't make the dip on earnings, and we didn't make the dip the day of earnings, like the day after. And then we're here now on a Friday. It's been 2 days basically. And we had an opportunity even 3 days ago at this point in terms of trading days to even drop, and we didn't do it. So up until that point, the window was pretty much like, okay, you could go below, slightly below 253. You could go slightly below 246. Those seem very reasonable because of where we were. But as this has progressed, you're now looking at these longer targets. This actually does come below. this triangulation. So I don't like to ignore it. I just like to kind of keep it in my mind like, okay, well, it's there and it's very late. It's on the 15th, which is very late. And it goes against everything else I had previously thought about the timing. But I'm still going to consider it because that's the smart thing to do, is to not ignore what's there, but just to consider it. So I was like, all right. So in reality, if this were to drop, I know the level it has to go through to get there. I know it has to dip through this level and then ultimately dip through this level. So it has to do quite a bit of dropping in order to get there. But based on the way this is, again, shaking out and the timing, it does seem like, well, if this is a delayed move and it takes too long to get there and it doesn't run Monday, right, then you would have this potential for maybe what we would call like a longer term drop because of the timing of it, even though it's pretty fast regardless. And it could, yeah, go pretty low. That doesn't mean I think it will. I just think it's there. So I still think that if it did drop, it doesn't need to go but a penny below 246. And I think it'd be fine. And honestly, because this changed character and it's higher and not lower, these are very different regions. This was already beneath the bottom by the time this happened. So this up thrust clearly drives the price back down through the floor here. There's no doubt about it that that was already going on. That is not the case right now. This is not beneath the floor. It's not even close to it. So in some ways it's setting up in a similar manner, but it's using the elevated level right here at like 265, 262, which is why we keep talking about it. That's where it's been setting up the camp. Well, that doesn't matter, right? It could still drop to new lows. Well, it could, but there's also this other element at play, which is like this cross, which for us is much higher because there was a big push up. That's like this guy right here. Okay. I've kind of moved it around a little bit, but I think it's right there. And that actually is quite high. So even though this is like the lowest possible one I could draw, there's another one that's even higher up. It doesn't really look like it would necessarily go below unless it got down there, I don't know, May 20th or something. It would actually be above the bottom going into the 16th. That's a whole nother week. So there's a huge difference in some regards with these two in that manner. And there's no SOW on this. There's no like early pump and then a pump back up. This is an LSPY is what we call it. So it was already in like a distribution, probably started right here, you know, but obviously they held on. Could it have changed? Maybe. Made a higher low, but if it immediately goes down and make a higher high, but if it immediately goes down and makes a new low after making a higher high, and this should sound like something you've heard me say like a dozen times or more, that's a bad sign. That's usually distribution. If it comes up, makes a higher high, and then it makes a higher low, then you're waiting for confirmation of a breakout, and then it's going because it's changed direction. So it's a subtle thing. It's kind of like a A, B, C, D, E kind of thing. What happens first, second, third, fourth, and that's fine. This is different. It made two advances and it has yet to make a lower low. It did push below 265, which is why I'm stressing like it can't just dump through that now. Because at this point, it's now pushing against the creeks. If it dumps through 265, it's probably going to come down low. Like that makes perfect sense to me. Like why would it not? It would at least attempt to come down beneath the previous bottom at 254 and then the next one, which is the bottom. So Tesla hit 304 finally. That makes sense. I think he stepped away and they said Elon was coming back. It took forever, didn't it? It did. It took a long time. Yeah, Wolf looks like what I thought. SPY looks pretty much what I thought was going to happen here. I like SPY right now. This looks great. And it actually is hitting that S-curve, which is kind of funny. It may just pop and run today. We don't know, but I have no real rush. I might buy some more calls for like next week. Maybe even like, it says Monday the 12th. So, I mean, if you really wanted to risk it, you could do that, but I'll probably do a few days later. But yeah, I mean, I still think this is like one step away. This should be like a SOS. So pushed over the top. So if this holds up, builds out strong, it should break out and go and finish. And this is going to be one heck of an epic S-curve call out, because we've been talking about coming up to 583 forever. Forever. It keeps popping back up. It finally happened. And the squeeze call out, because we called the bottom on the market squeeze, and we ultimately, like, that's a big deal. Maybe that particular move didn't matter that much, but we did call it out, and that was huge. And people were wondering if the squeeze, and I even said in some of my video titles, is the squeeze already over? And I didn't think it was. I think that market squeezes are strange. They take time. There's going to be some players that try to drive the price backwards, and before it goes finally, if it holds up, then it's going to go. And I think that's what's happening. This is still definitely on pins and needles. You can see that the even here on the 6-minute, the RSI looks like it's kind of listing down. It certainly has elements of that kind of cattier. Like this is like a 1, 2. It feels like it needs to have a big pullback. But I think we may have one more good swing in it. And then and maybe, one more good swing in it. And then I think we're going to be done. And then I don't think it's going to be particularly bullish. I do have some potential for it to come up again, but I think it has to make... I can't see it not making some kind of a bigger correction here. And it may be quite substantial. I mean, it could come all the way back down to 550s, 540s. It would probably need to come back to 550 at some point because of this support. If it doesn't do it now, it has to do it then. So it'll be a pretty nasty slide. And that would be a weakness. I think I already mapped this out on SPY. Yeah, because this would be like a hook down. And then you could have an extension up that does push to like 590s. But that's about as far as I take that. And then I think, again, it's probably going to come down because that would be beneath there. And there's a much wider build out. It goes down to like, again, 550s. So we'll see. That's not here yet. Probably more towards the end of the month. You guys are like, no, it's going to go at 600, Booksy. 600, man. We'll see. Maybe. I'm just looking at the current move, right? I'm just trying to make some money on the current move. I think I was right to get out of my call options yesterday. I got out right at the peak, right here. And then I said it was probably going to come back for 564, and it came back to 564. Now I think it's going to consolidate, and then we should be coming down, in my opinion, this way going into Monday. It may break out today. We'll see. There's a lot of possibility there, because Friday into Monday, green would be fine. Like that would make sense to me. How does that happen? I'm not 100%. Maybe it builds out right here at 570 or something. I don't know. But the other possibilities for lows are pretty far. I mean, if you keep going down at this point, you're talking about 561. We're testing some EMAs, but they're not the most critical. I haven't looked at like the 4 hour in a minute. Let's see where that is. Yeah, that's really like right at 564 as well. So it's funny how that works. Yep, and this is actually pretty good evidence right here for why we might get a last pop, because it never reached overbought territory. Now, it hasn't been overbought for a long time, since like January of this year, and that was like barely. But normally, if it's a bit bullish, not in a bear market necessarily, but if it's a bit bullish, it's overbought way more often than it's oversold. It barely stays oversold, but it often stays overbought for quite a while, twice as much time, if not more. But this would be pretty decent cause for like, oh, it could pop one more time. There's no final kind of move up here to finish. Maybe it won't happen, but it's there. And then I think, yes, absolutely, same deal. Looks like it's going to probably go down. Needs to come back and check this. It's kind of a Hail Mary, isn't it? It's like one last possible move. It's a bit risky. That's an ugly looking candle right there. Still, I'm fairly convinced. So yeah, that actually is 564 as well. So it's the same marker. If the market wants it, the market will hold on to 564's support. If we're going to go up again, it's got to kind of hold that region. We could dip beneath it momentarily. You know, it just depends on how this little range right here builds out. You definitely could have an M cross right here that has an attempt to go down. That's kind of what I'm implying. It's like you have an M cross here. So it'd be like I don't think this would necessarily have to go all the way down, but this would come back up, push this resistance, create a new creek, maybe even hit this one again, and then probably come back and try to go to a new low. That would be bullish right there. Something like that happened. Maybe even a little faster than that. So we might get a little pop midday. Yeah. In fact, I might even count on that happening. Might even swing it, to be honest, to like 568 from where we are. And then, is there a gap here? There's a gap, right? Low of, what was the close here? 564.91. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not really sure we go back to fill the gap yet. That could happen later today. We'll see. I think it's kind of ready to go. If I were using my 6-minute guide, if it gets overbought and goes below 30 and then breaks above 33 and holds the support and crosses up, it's ready to go. So the next time this thing crosses over the, if it holds 33, then the next time it crosses over that moving average, it would be a buy. And then you would, it has to hold above that 33 area. That's why I have the 6-minute. You have to trade it. You have to use it the right way. But yeah, if it holds there, maybe it gets the gap fill, maybe it doesn't. But it holds above this area and then breaks up, it'd be ready to go. Pretty easy, actually. Easy swing. Easy swing. So the calls that for next week just depends on what happens here. If it busts up early, then we're probably going to come back, gap fill, maybe try to hit this 564.50 again. So we might dip a little lower. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, I haven't really been trading Tesla at all. I knew that it could come up to 305, but it took way too long, and it was one of those things where it's like, well, I'm not gonna hold my breath and just wait for, this move, because it just felt like it was gonna take forever, and it did. We went sideways for like weeks, so I was like, all right, I'm not gonna sit here and wait it out. What? Oh, I know what I did wrong. I was looking at the options chain. I was like, why are these like $200 a piece? I was like, oh, because I hit the wrong number. I hit 270 instead of 570. It's funny. It's like $24,000. What? Could you imagine? What's crazy is there was actual volume on them. That's like bonkers to me. Just imagine how expensive that is. Like somebody's got one that's expiring on May 13th for $296 per contract. That's insane. Maybe it changes enough that they get, I guess that's like high level stuff. I don't know. I'm not there. I don't trade $20,000 contracts. Maybe that's like millionaire level stuff. Only the the richest people in the world trade those things. Could you imagine paying 20 grand for a single options contract? This guy's got like 13 or something. It's crazy. I can't even. I'm sorry. It's like beyond me, like how expensive that is. Like I don't even know why you'd risk that much money on a single options contract. But maybe if that's how you make your ends meet, you only have to trade like once a month or something. You make like 6,000 or 7,000 on it or something. I don't know. Some crazy number. Got to pay for all that car insurance for your fancy McLarens or Tesla trucks. Ooh, shots fired. Tesla truck. All right, so let's take a look here. So this is at 37. I'm still looking at AMC and GME. GME is actually up quite a bit, 2.5%. It's at 27.50. AMC is sitting at nothing again. It's at basically zero. It's at 271, which is where we were yesterday. SPY is about to be at zero, which is kind of nice. It's about to flip red. If it goes for that gap, it's going to flip red, obviously, for a moment. Volume's pretty low here, so I think it's going to turn pretty quick. You know, if it turns down. I got an order. I might get more, but I bought something right here. So what I think is going to happen is it's going to push up again over this previous top. So I think we might get that gap fill and then rebound. And I'm waiting to see if it crosses up, and I might get some more. So I'm in a high risk right now. Why didn't you just wait? You're not patient, Booksy. No, not really. I think, though. There we go. Got it. Let's see if it goes below. That would be a change. Oh, I messed up. It actually was here. Well, it's basically the same level. Oh, it's going way down. Just going to dump off the face of the earth. Yeah, it actually went back beneath 33. Dang it. Crushed. Yep, it's making new lows. Well, that's not good. That's actually weakness. So, what do you mean weakness? Well, that's an SOW. So, like, it could rebound and head back up. But if it does, like, it's probably going to come back down again anyways. After doing some kind of an auto reaction, if, like, you come back and you make another low, then you've not really made the bottom yet. This is like a secondary selling climax. It's like really heavy volume, but it may not even stop. It may keep going down. This could be like continuation. So it's a bummer. So that was a bad trade. I was looking for that wick here and then back up. But looks like it's going to keep dropping. Where are we going to go? Bummer. Bummer. That's why you should just wait. We can go pretty far. Yeah, so that's not bottomed yet. We'll see. Maybe it'll build a divergence here for the build out, but it dipped back beneath. So looking kind of salty. I don't remember what this is. I'm still not worried if you guys are like, oh no. I'm not really worried. Because in the grand scheme of things, like, yeah, it's bad here. It could mean we go lower this afternoon. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm still thinking upside. So I'm not like particularly concerned. But yeah, that was a bad entry. It was like halfway down the trend. Crushed. I had a stop loss. It probably already triggered. So. Womp, 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 womp. Weak. Yeah, there's another. I don't know what this is. I have to go back and look. Yeah, okay. So here's what I think. And I think this is part of the evolving nature of it. So this is an SOW, and probably, yeah, what it represents is, like, this was a temporary bottom, and I thought maybe it bounces out and comes down again, but it may be even worse than that. So we probably will see, in my opinion anyways, and I guess it could go straight there. It could go straight through it. But just looking at the way this is anchored, we'll probably see what appears to be like a head and shoulder here. So we'll get like a rise like we were expecting, but then it'll probably drop pretty low. Yeah. And we may not see any kind of real price movement at all then if that happens today. It would probably stay kind of red. That's if we're fortunate. You know, this could always get worse. You never know. If there could be a bigger sell down here, then that would be worse. I'm still not looking at this like it's completely and totally bearish. It still looks okay to me. This still looks like an M. So once it finds its footing here, we should see it rebound. And then it will most likely still come down again. So again, this is like a 6 minute. So this is not exactly, again, the end all be all. But you could do like a wave here and then here. Like that. So what I mean is that probably does break out, and then when it comes backwards, it comes down. It probably comes down pretty far again over time. That's the way I would do it if we were going to chop here and then come back. This could still come up really far, potentially. So, especially if this is not the actual bottom, even though that's a really heavy selling climax, you might have like another kind of an auto reaction here that goes up pretty far. Could have a really early rally here. It is looking a little like a widening too. I didn't really see that a minute ago. But now that you've got that extra dip, it does have that appearance. So yeah, maybe as high as 568 is still possible. And this could actually end up dropping pretty low. Right there. And then more than likely it's like a late day sell down if that happens. Like second half of the day kind of thing. And that gets you back to retest this creek, and the bigger one right here. So all of them get checked, which is fine. There's a lot of check boxes. Probably make sure this is correct. And we'll take a look at GME in a minute. I haven't really given it a lot of eyes today. Yep, that's fine. That's what I think. We'll probably get a wave here, and then it's going to be like a, if it does this, it's going to be like a 50-50 up around this guy, this trend. Don't really know how fast it's going to go, but I would go so far as to say maybe it comes all the way up even to 568 by about noon, and then probably craps out the rest of the day. I mean, I can't really imagine it running in the last 2 hours beyond there's just not a lot of time there. So if it does go, it would be like here or something, you know, if it does manage it. And I'll just leave it at that for now. Yeah, I mean, that would kind of work. It would be like, could be worse, like the slump there. I mean, obviously things can change pretty fast in the market. So if it breaks through here substantially, again, that could be like an early move, actually. So if it dips through here hard and has a heavy volume sell down, that actually might be more bullish. I think you could get a strong reaction and not go low again. But if it comes up early, then you're going to have I think a second motion down. So what I mean is if there's like a heavy sell down, like let's say this just suddenly went all the way down here, I'd probably be inclined to think it may actually just kind of stay up the rest of the day. Like an SOS with a backup would do that. And then it would more than likely could even do this, you know, into the end of the day. That's very different. But that's like if it has the full backup right away, then you could see that. Otherwise, I think it probably goes up and back down again later. We'll just leave it at that for now. It's still selling down. So right now it's going really hard down. It's kind of a messed up thing, right? Because, I mean, this was all based on that one piece of news. And it pumped and now it's just dumping. It's like not holding it at all. So I wonder if there was some kind of equal parts bad news this morning that causes the market to not like it anymore. That UK deal. It's still like selling off. It's ugly, ugly, ugly. Yeah, that's not good. Way, way down there. Should have come down yesterday, but he fake pumped it and blew out my puts. Well, I'm not going to say that there shouldn't have been any downside. That's silly. Like I said, we're kind of overdone with upside, but do I think this was technically correct? Yeah. I would say that right now, there's nothing here to me that looked wrong about the move. But you already know, like, I had this on the chart. So I talked about possibly coming down to 555 and then coming up into the final portions of this S-curve. I thought that at lowest, it might come down to 550, which does make sense. And it could still go there. I mean, it could go there right now, and have like a reaction off of it. Those were the levels I had picked out. There was still red bars there, I think, from where I'd picked them out. But I don't agree that it should have been like completely done. If that's what you're saying, I wouldn't agree with that. I would disagree. But I think that this makes sense to me. This was a potential level to hold. Now, Will we come back to this creek at some point in the future? Yeah, probably. But I'm also of the mindset that like sometimes the market again avoids going low for certain reasons and it just finishes to the upside and then it comes down pretty hard. So well, yeah, but I mean like I said, this is like a temporary wave marker right here. So this was used as a support trend and it was used to kind of produce this spring. So that's why I'm paying attention to it really heavily right now. I was like, at first I was like, why did I mark that off? But then I immediately saw this. I'm like, oh, okay. So this was used as a way of kind of springboarding over the creek. So that is an important trend support and it just lost it. But just like previously, it's not impossible that this comes down hard and then reverses above it, which is what I was saying. Like it could be a very interesting situation today of early morning dump, late day run, because when you have this kind of a setup and you're looking at like a temporary support structure for like the rising ice level tends to be the big one. I guess what I'm trying to say. And I said it with too many words, but that tends to be the one that you whip around if it reverses. And it usually is in the right spot. So it's always like in an SOS/creek jump zone. So right now we have another one right here. And there's probably a third, although this one's really steep. This is more the S-curve anyways. So there's two right here that are kind of positioning upward. There's probably a third, although I'm not using this one as much right this second. But this zone right here, you can see between these two support, resistance, support, and there's no resistance yet, but there might be. And that would be a key indication to me that like, yeah, it's probably going to be used. And this is bullish divergent right now. So if it breaks out again, now we have a higher or a lower low with a higher high on, this is a 3-minute chart. It's not like the most important, but still it is a short-term bullish divergence. Let's see about 6. 6 is there, but barely. So I'm guessing it's not there on a higher time frame. So pretty mild. So it may not follow through. But that would be a divergence as well that could play out. So we'll see. Anyways, my point being is that this is in the right spot. If it's used, and it doesn't have to be used, and those are contingent on certain things happening, obviously. But yeah, I mean, this is in the right space right here to kind of generate a walkout zone. All of these are in their correct spots. And the fact is very simple. We made a higher push. So if this is an SOS, then it's a backup phase right now. I think dropping beneath this creek is definitely weakness. So I think the next time, because it did this early, right? I think the next time that we come through this, it's probably going to drop pretty steadily. So if it comes back up now, I would be genuinely surprised if it came up again. I mean, I guess it was pretty darn close, but I'd still say it was below this one. So let me think for a second. So we had like an SOS here, and then we went up high. That's kind of like what this looks like. And then it jumped this creek. And when it does that, it generates a new one here. And then this trend was so ridiculously steep. So that breaks really early yesterday, which was fine. I mean, I figured it would break. That's why I got out of my position. It would drop. And it breaks really early yesterday. And goes through. And then it immediately dumps through here. but it makes a higher low. And then all the while, it's riding up on this guy. But it broke through both of them. I would call it like a yellow flag. Maybe not a red flag just yet. Maybe a yellow flag right here. So all I can say with certainty is that this is probably already in a position, we already knew this coming up. This is already in a position of relative weakness. So it's not going to take much to kind of knock the legs out from underneath this. It's like a Jenga tower now. It's got holes all over. So if and when this thing turns down, it's going to be, and it probably will be very soon, if it's not now, it's going to be like a Jenga tower, in my opinion. So there's probably going to be a really fast drop, a leg pull. That's why I'm wondering if, like, even if we did get this push up, if we just kind of immediately came all the way back to like this zone, and it's this big giant downward motion. It'd be nice if it wasn't so bad, if it was like a little more relaxed. And we're not gonna hold like hold our breath for things. I think that the S curve does go to 583. I don't think that's a big question mark in my brain. Is there a possibility that it just doesn't get there now and it chops here and then goes later? Yeah. So there is a question mark in my head about the nature of this. If it becomes like a double top at like 571 or 574, that could be kind of a bad sign. I think if it has this kind of a second motion that just piddles out and then drops, I think it could be a rug pull moment, is what I'm trying to say. And just having that on the chart makes you think it's got to get there, but that's not necessarily the case. There's plenty of times where there's been S curves and just doesn't quite go all the way. I call them shallow S curves because they just don't reach it. Usually we're talking about downside. They just kind of stop short, but they can happen on upside. And the thing about a shallow S curve on downside is that if that were to happen on the downside, I'm always like really concerned about like the shallow S curve on the downside. What is it looks like it's going to build out a full S curve. So you're starting to do these measurements and you're taking the measurements down. You're like, oh, it's going to drop here. But then it doesn't do it. And when this happens, it's like one of the most bullish things because it's essentially like stopping short of, usually like there's another creek here that's going to be broken and it's stopping short of breaking it, and then it reverses and it goes above the previous top, and then this ends up being like a really hard reversal. So you do like an early jump right here, and then there's like a really hard reversal the other way. And it has every appearance, again, of like a full S curve. That's why I use the word shallow S curve. That's what I'm talking about, if you hear me say that. I don't know if I've ever used it for the opposite, but we could. I mean, I don't see why not. So like if you had an S curve that was coming down and you thought it's going to go all the way, I mean, I kind of would have done it back here. I had this break right here. This would have been the moment to really go. This is probably what you were seeing if you thought it was going to go down far. This would be breaking out. There's this dude. And that's all pointing towards 557. This looks like an LSPY to me, guys. Like in the upside down land, this looks like distribution. And it broke down, and then this is like coming out. If anything, it could be like a spring. It could be like a phase B, I guess. Could be like a phase B bottom that's going to then dump into a spring. You see what I mean? So like, this is actually pretty straightforward when you flip it upside down. I think we were right about what our thoughts were on that. So I'm going to get rid of some of this other stuff. It's kind of redundant. Don't need it all. Or at least minimize the severity of it so I can see a little better. Yeah, I'll just cut some of this fat out of here for a minute. It's too much stuff. It's kind of more the same anyways. Most of this stuff's the same things. I'm going to leave the ones that I think are kind of critical, though. I'm going to leave that one for now. Right. So you can see there's a... yeah, that's pretty straightforward. When you flip it upside down, sometimes things become really obvious. Maybe because I'm so used to looking at AMC's downside, I just get really used to these patterns. So this just looks like it's, again, kind of creating little bear flags, and it's getting more intense. So they're getting steeper. So the first flag that happened, again, was pretty benign, like it was right here, and it doesn't go very extreme to the upside. Maybe we would say, using the methods that we often use, that this is kind of what happened right here. So it's kind of aiming high. That makes sense. Because if you were going to come back later, we already talked about it. You might be coming all the way back to like 550 to 530. So, and then we've got this trend, which is clearly important, that was lost. Though it may not be the most important one. It is very important. I'm going to get rid of the GAN box for just a second. I like my GAN box. I know that some people hate it because they're like, it clutters the chart booksy. But it's not like significantly different without it. I'm just going to get rid of it for a minute, though. Anyways. Yeah, so that is an important level, but there's actually another one that might be more important. I'm not really sure why I use that instead of using this. Or even this guy. Those are kind of the same. Let's not use that one at all. Let's use this now. That's a pretty big gap zone right there. So this is the cat ear marker that you'd want to jump over if you're going to have a quote-unquote bullish run, but we're in the upside down land, so it's actually bearish. Well, that's pretty straightforward, actually. Is it? Yeah. It looks like a cat ear. 1, 1, and then 2. So it just depends on what happens with the cat ear. Like, and then how far does this go? So here's the question, right? The question is, does it complete the S-curve and drop beneath 577? And I know we're in opposition land, so bear with me. Or, and there's two major widenings as well. I think we're about to get the answer, so if you're kind of getting tired of this, don't worry about it. Both of these are widenings that broke. So they're both pretty important. These two markers. It's out here. It's in like near the end of May is what it looks like. I'm going to change the chart. It's going to mess it up a little bit, but this looks like such a cluster cuss upside down, doesn't it? You're like, I think it looks bad anyways, Booksy. I know. My problem is I like having too much stuff on my charts all at once. So this is a widening right here. It's building around, I think it's ultimately, I know this is another one. It's kind of both, they're kind of both there, but I think ultimately it's building out around 600. So 600 is kind of where this one starts. There's a little bit of evidence that maybe it started before then, even at like 607, but it's essentially like 600 to 607. And that's makes sense because it broke down right here, that 1 hour. It's right on that cliff. So there's a creek jump here. Yep, and that's where it really starts. So I think that the ultimate goal is 600, which is easy enough to deduce. I think a lot of people probably know that. And this is not very complex. So at best, it could be like 604 or something like that. So between 600 and 608, that zone is where it's trying to get to. So everything that's being kind of generated here is towards that end, but this is like a rebound on a big drop. It looks like a head and shoulder might be forming, and it does. And then in that case, it does kind of appear to me that this is missing that shoulder mark, which is in the right spot at 550, which we were right about, because that should be the backup to go test that support level. Interestingly, there is also kind of a rising here. So I wonder if this is going to just stop short of. It could be a shallow S curve and stop short of going down. So this is what we're kind of hitting right now. There's two supports. One is on, well, they're resistances. I'm sorry, because we're upside down. So one's on March 6th. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. That was the area I kept saying we're trying to get back to. The other right here on March 25th. So this has created like a gulf. There's a big valley right here, or big space right here, that if you broke it, you could be coming down pretty fast to 580. And I mean up in that way. I keep saying down, but we're in upside down land. So that would be like the move here. So this, if it's an LSP wide, makes perfect sense, because if this is already distributing, then, which it kind of looks like, this is like a last gasp. It could go pretty far. It could come all the way up down to like 560 even. But if it doesn't break out, then it's going to dump. And if it when it dumps, it's going to be like, so it'd go pretty far. I mean, you can see it visually. I think there's evidence there that could happen. I would suggest that this already did hook here, so we'd probably be better off looking at the next one down, because it did come back to like 560 right there. We'd probably be better off looking at the next one down, not that one. So we're about to, like I said, we're about to finish this, I think. And that'd be this guy. And then maybe even that one if you wanted to. Both are fine. So that's already there. It's basically right on it. This seems more likely that it maybe hits a little bit higher, like 562, something like that. And then if that fails, that's just like a distributive hook. If that fails and it can't jump over that, which would be a big deal, and I guess in the better way to put it would be under that, but that could be a huge deal. This could change a lot of things. If it can manage to break this, it's going to be like an SOS in reverse. And then I think you're going to go all the way back to 550, which would be really far, but it is what it is. And actually, it might even go, because if that happens, then this holds, it's a potential neckline. Then that actually could mean that this goes really far. We could be talking about all the way back to like 540, which is kind of crazy. So, and it may not go all at once, but it would be a really potentially devastating move. I think it'd be a little slower than that. It'd probably be like this. Yeah, because it'd have to jump that creek here and then rebound on it. So I think this is probably where bears are trying to go. I mean, there's a lot of directional input towards 560, 557. So the real question is not necessarily, in my mind, is maybe not does it get there. I think it's probable that that's where we're trying to go, the bear case anyways. And then they would be pulling back here and then advancing really far. Yeah, to like right there. And there's probably some other reason we come back there. Maybe this support, I guess, right there. Yeah, that region. But it's a big, big question because even if, and this is the good news, I suppose, if you're bullish here, because even if this was going to go, unless this is like a spring right here, which, I mean, if it is, it's a kind of a weird one because I don't see a phase B bottom. I see up again, and then another up that looks like kind of a distribution to me. It's like triple auto reaction up again, or auto reaction phase B up again. I don't know. Anyways, this should be like a phase B top, like a second phase B top. So this would be like a bottom. So it's a strange one to me because I'm like, that's pretty unusual to make this kind of a move and just go the other way. So that doesn't seem very likely to me. I'm just going to say that seems kind of unlikely. What seems more likely is that, again, you're kind of like topping off now and or in a minute. And then if you were going to go into a spring in reverse, like this is upside down land, right? You would take it down again, aka up again. And again, it's like, well, how would this happen? I don't know, because it doesn't look like you could do this into a Friday. If it gets green, ends up green on Friday, I guess you could stop short of breaking down and like wait till Monday and do a little pop down. But you can see the issue that I would take with that. It's like if you waited that long, it's the same exact TA as what I've already done. It's like, why would you not just drop here? And if it waits till Monday, it's like, well, where's it going to go? It can go pretty far. So that's really far. So like, I would think it would go to like 575. So I think maybe the most difficult space to get through is going to be 575. And even if that were the case, so what I'm saying is like, let's say this is a spring, it's going to reverse. Yeah, we kind of already have that on the chart. I get that. So then you would just take the route of like, well, at that point it comes back up and then it does this, right? Yeah, but this is triangulated to Monday, right? Yeah, it is and it isn't. I mean, this is a weird one. I don't know if I would use this because it's like in the middle. There is another one that's more, I think, more relevant, which is this guy coming down. And that's also right there on Monday. It's like midday Monday. So there's a lot of time between now and midday Monday. So you get a pump Friday and Monday morning, gap up or something, and then just slide. It could be one of those situations where you do kind of open way up here on Monday, and then first thing Monday, and then following that, you're just kind of dropping really hard the other way. It's a bit extreme, but it works. Or that's a pivot point, right? And it's actually the high, which I don't use those again. I don't use the downward pivots that much, but it could be that that's like a pivot point and it's actually like going to be the high. So you could take that as with a grain of salt and just say, well, either way, I'm probably not going to trade past Monday and expect it to be green. You know, it doesn't really make any difference whether it's here or here. Both of those look kind of crappy. So I don't know. There may be something else we could use to kind of determine where it goes, but both of those seem about right to me. So this would be a big reaction. It's like an auto reaction, really, off of a top. But in this case, we're basically now creating like a neckline. So if the neckline stops now, then it's raised, and it means we go lower. Does that make sense? Because like this is now looking upward, but in reality, that's looking downward because we're in upside down land. So this would be like tilted down. Therefore, you go lower on the neck, and you'd probably end up dipping down to like 530s. Again, maybe this white path if it just stops short right now. If you go down to 576, it's essentially flat. It's a very traditional neckline. There's not much to say about it. It would be kind of straightforward, you know. There is another hit on this inverse head and shoulder motion. I like this one, but there's another one right here that might be a little bit stronger. It's right there. And that actually looks more like 573. So that would be a spring possibility as well. Really anything in this zone from like 573 to 576 would be dutiful. I think either of those would work as a potential neckline. And then you'd have a reaction, possibly a very strong reaction back down. And it's hard to say right now how quickly that happens. This doesn't seem very likely unless it's just really, really violent. I guess it could happen. But what we might want to do at that point is just use the timing here, because typically that's more accurate anyways. It's usually about right. So we've got this thing like rocketing like really, really far. But I think that if that's a pivot, then I think this takes its time and kind of walks out more meticulously. Probably doesn't get up to the top till like over here somewhere. And this is May 23rd. I mean, that follows because then it works on this one too. So it's like a widening. So it builds out this widening right here. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4 down to 575. And then all the way back up, but kind of slow like to 550. This seems like the most likely thing to me. So it hits like 574 or something like that, 573, and then it goes all the way up to like 5, or down, I should say, to 550. And then you've got the shoulder created, and then you finish. And that is okay, except that it didn't test this. So the only thing about that I don't like is it doesn't back test this widening here, but that's like the extended version, I guess, where it goes really far. But I think if you go down to 574, it would make more sense not to do that. Either way, down and then back up again, and this time you go to the 600 mark. Yeah, that follows, because then this would be a jump here. It's like a wedge. That wedge is finishing, and then it breaks out. And it's widening. There's a lot going on here. Oh, and then it builds a bigger wedge. That kind of makes sense. And then it would build like a bigger wedge here, because this goes to the outside. It's right in the right spot. I don't know why this is even on the chart. What is this? Some magic line. Oh, it's these two. Yeah, okay. That makes sense then. So this goes up, hits here. It's roughly the right time. And then that's a larger wedge formation. Doesn't give me a lot of hope this goes above 575, though. I think they're teasing that 583. Yeah. And then comes back. And I don't know how far exactly this goes. It could be somewhere between 550 and 540. I think both of those actually would work quite well. So 550 to 540, both of those work quite well. Kind of depends on a number of things, but we'll just leave it at that for now. And then it goes to 595. There's a number of things that could happen between then and there, but that's it. And that's the cat ear completed. See that? Invertly. This is where you then have the problem of where do we go now? So if it does dip below 574, there's a better chance that this is going to hit like 600 because it would shift the angle that's currently available to us. We only have one angle, and it's this particular cross right here, way back up, April 3rd and April 9th, those 2 points. And there's already been a second interaction with it locally right here on May 2nd. So that's where I'm seeing that 575 stopping point. But if you push below that at all, then there's a chance that that widens the actual angle from here to that next point. And that gives you a stronger chance that this actually goes to, which is more bullish, that this goes to like not just 595, but actually goes up to maybe 600. The thing is that after that point in time, you've got the cat ears now. They're technically going up. Maybe that's where you finally come back down. This is a pretty interesting structure. I'm going to go check out AMC and GME. I'm getting tired of SPY. Yeah, so there should be a widening and then a narrowing. If it's going to go to 600, this is kind of when it does it. This is like a hook on the... And then I think it breaks down again. So... And I don't know exactly where it goes, but if it only goes to like 596... So this looks like an imaginary line, but it's not. This is actually the cat ear line at the top. So it's already there. It's established. So if it breaks out, I would probably do it again right here at this 575 again. It's going to be heavily interacting marker. So if it breaks down again, it'd have to probably be there. I don't think there's another place you could do it like this. Yeah, it's got to be this. So that gives us a way to measure a retracement back to 500. That's a 618 kind of retracement. It's also a 62% break here on that wedge formation. So I wonder if this 62% here this could actually go really far. It could go to 530. Well, that's what we were saying before. Seemed like there was a mixed bag here of possibility because it's like there's a really tiny like wedge right here and it's not huge. It's not like the biggest thing in the world, but if it goes to 576, I wouldn't use necessarily the top point. I mean, you can. And I probably wouldn't use it. I think I'd use this one instead, this guy. Yeah, so that would break like here. I've got it upside down. I did it wrong. I did the same thing again. I keep drawing it backwards. Yeah, it looks like 530 is still like eyed. That's a really steep drop. So I don't know. And you'd have to go really fast. So it's almost like that first scenario where it actually pivots really hard on Monday. And then essentially goes, and I don't know why we would go all the way there, but essentially goes all the way back to here. Like in one day. Or 1 week. One massive down week. Ugh. Yeah, but this is a way to both get the retracement here on the widening. It gets you to where you're going to go, and then it gives you a opportunity to, yeah, I guess it could be right here. You could have like a one final little dip to like 600 and then break back out. And then the rest of this is a little bit suspect. Maybe you have a similar motion, but it would have to be some kind of massive news event. I don't know, June into July, maybe just fear-based, like we're not going to get any more deals. Once it hits 600, let's just go back down kind of thing. Yeah, it kind of adds up. And it would be some kind of an iteration on this. Look similar, but a little bit different. And you go back down to 500. That looks right to me. Flipping the chart backwards again. I mean, if you're going to go to all-time highs again, you've got to make this support. But I don't think that this is kind of where your determining factor is. Because if you get back above here, there's an inverted head and shoulder, but there's also like the cat ear creek down. You see that? So this is like an inverted head and shoulder, but then it's missing, probably missing like a critical backup right here coming through. So it gives you a sense of like, oh, it's going to do a head and shoulder motion. And I know that's really dramatic, but that would be what it would look like a second massive drop. Why not just finish, then go down? I guess you could. I don't know. That's too far in the future. I'm just looking at this wedge, and I mean, I guess if it did that, it would just be like a hook here. So you'd come down. I think I already had this on the chart actually. But you'd have like a drop, and then you'd come back up, and then you would come down really hard. Like you'd still have to come back because if you don't get these checks now, especially this one, I think, you're probably going to do it later. So the difference is kind of minor, but it's there. We're at 275, so we're trying to do something here. I will say this could be a market event that really helps people if you're aware that there's another big drop incoming and we're going to come back. This is something that could end up resulting in a pretty nice stabilized bottom function. I know this is like messy as all get out. I know it is. And I know that when I look at this stuff, you're probably like, man, I don't even know what you're looking at right now because it looks like a hot mess. And I'm with you on that. It is very, very messy. But the overall picture here is actually fairly straightforward. Just going back and looking at this without the noise, if I were to just take this and just do a simple, what I would call like a cat ear kind of intersection, then I'd be looking at this as a possibility in the future, and it's pretty far out there. I mean, it's way out there, right? But ultimately, like if we're coming back up again, these are kind of the levels that I'm looking at. There's one right here, and there's another one like slightly lower. So as in terms of like a wave, that's really what I'm kind of focusing on. So I'd be doing like this kind of business. So it may seem a little out there and kind of like, typical Booksy garbage because he just, all over the place. Actually, fairly straightforward. I think there's not much to this in terms of the direction. It's just that once you get there, I don't know how the heck could have known it was July 11th. Doesn't make any sense. Whatever. So this would make sense as a 1, 2, yeah, drop, and then you got like a middle cross low, and then you got like a 3, 4, 3, 4. That's essentially the same thing we drew. It's just much simpler. So we did it in like a really complicated way to show like that motion, and like the possibilities, but it would be like you'd push up one more time to like 570s or whatever, get that advancement, then you'd pull back pretty far, I think. And that's just as simple as, hey, we come back and check this level if you want to use that. And that also builds out what we saw. This is like a wedge, clearly. It's like wedging up into a corner here. That's the S-curve finishing. And then the breakdown on the wedge. And this gives you a larger picture right there. So there's another one. It's hard to see it. I don't know where it is. It's probably in extended hours. There's another one right there. So this actually then builds like a larger wedge formation and gets kind of bullish going into the end. Yeah, I mean, it could be pretty early. It really could be on that July date. I don't know. Timing's tricky. This probably is garbage. Just to say, I'm just going to say it. It's probably not the best. I don't know if it just rises or what, but I get the feeling this would be a lot of chop. And it should be coming across here, like this direction. We'll probably have, yeah, there should be like a cross there, like a wave cross. See how it starts right here, and then this like a really big widening of that? There should be another, yeah, that looks right. So this is like another wave cross right here, and then I guess the only real question is like, how does it go again? (2008) was very different. For a lot of reasons. There's some similarities, but they're not exactly the same. And that's not a true thing anyways. So I heard that a long time ago, and that's not true. They've cut rates like, I think the statistic that I found, and it's a true statistic, that there's no actual evidence that rate cuts lead to really huge market crashes outside of, like, not really. outside of the 2008. People talk about the 2008 one like it's the standard, but it's not. In fact, out of like the last 14 times or something that they've cut rates, the market has been like 15% or more higher following in like the 6 to 9 months following. So it's not true that every time they cut rates, it's just not. I don't know where that statistic came from. It really just probably just comes from 2008 because there's not really any other examples. Hey man, I'm not talking about the trade win though. I mean, that's a different thing. The trade unwinding too. I mean, I get that, but I'm saying like you're looking at, if you look at just the statistics of cutting rates, that's a fallacy. I don't know. It got spread on the community around here that this was like somehow, I think even I said something about it because I had heard it and you're just kind of like parroting it. But when I actually looked it up, that's not actually true. When the rate cuts are done in an ideal time, they do produce green in the market because essentially you're increasing liquidity when you cut rates. So it tends to bring more money in. And in a market like ours, which is traditionally bullish, that means that people tend to buy more. So but I don't know about this other stuff. This is a little bit complicated. This kind of implies that you would go up first. I think there could be a situation where this is quite volatile and it does go up, but it has like a really deep kind of sideways downward period. That was sort of the other option here, was that this breaks down early and presents itself very differently if that's the case. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. I guess we'll see with the news. This is pretty drastically different because there's one that it's like going the opposite way at this time. It makes sense though, because this is like a bullish cross up that makes a new high, which is very bullish in some ways for the market. Whereas the other is like a cross down where it fails to make a new high and it just drops down. And it really, at that point, you're looking at like an extended bear market. So it's the difference between 600 and like 630. That's a pretty big difference. Those are like the $15 spread around the recent all-time highs. Man, I got kind of obsessed with SPY today, but it is what it is. I think it's going to hit 575 and die. When do I see SPY at all-time highs? I mean, there's two trains of thought about it. So there's only one of two options in my mind. One is it's an early mover that progresses by doing this early advancement. And if that happens, then we may be leaving and heading towards all-time highs by like July, you know. And I think you could go sort of straight up into this by July and then do what was done last time. Now, I'm not positive it's going to definitely go to all-time highs in one go. I don't know how you could make that calculation beyond just maybe what we did last time. You know, if you look at this move and you suggest that, well, did this last time, we can do it again. Okay. You could also look back and say, like, the only real major macro indication that this was going to go to this particular point was this cat ear cross, right? What the? This is one of those charts that has like a dual chart. Yep. Was this cat ear cross back here that did point to there? So do we have something like that? I mean, there's a few markers. One's right here. I've got it on the chart already, and it's pointing towards that time in February 2026, just like AMC. There's also a chance that it hits it early, and that did happen here. I mean, if you look at where that intersection is, it's not really like in a timely manner. I mean, it hits early. Presumably goes beyond it too, and then did the buy button removal. So if it's like what happened in 2020, then sure. I mean, it could be as soon as the major runs begin, which is, in my opinion, around July. I think there's a possibility it could be earlier than that, but I've kind of stuck to my guns about July or August, and I'm just going to stick with that for now. That could be a time where you see that bump. If it goes down into distribution and we only bump up to like 60s, then it's probably not going to get there till 2026. So, and even then, it's like you can't really guarantee this is going to break out and just run up. And traditionally, you would break out, build some kind of reaccumulation here and go. The only reason we think it doesn't do that is because it didn't do that here. It already traded this zone. What it didn't trade, though, and I would say this is kind of obvious, but it didn't trade 62 up to 120. I mean, so there is an area right here that's definitely ripe for a reaccumulation. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of question marks in my brain about it. To me, it's like you take it as far as you take it. But I think it's possible it doesn't quite go. I keep it an open mind about it. I think it's a possibility that it doesn't go quite as far as maybe most people would expect that it has to go. You know, there's these levels around. We're at right now this like 24 level, right? And this level seems like a really powerful support zone. So if it holds that and breaks up, you're like, great, it's just going to fly, right? Yeah, and again, there's some indication it could go really high, but there's also some that are fairly low. I mean, the one from the last peaks here, from this peak to this breakdown, that doesn't go that high. It only goes to like 128, which is just barely there. And that makes me wonder, you know, is there going to be like an extended period of chop right here between 120s and 60s that maybe is unexpected? And it's almost more like the AMC model where it's like halfway and then it goes again. I don't see why not, unless you just really don't think that could happen on GME. So for me, on my part, if it starts building out this way and squeezes through 62, you know, I think it's a decent chance it's going to hit all-time highs, but it could end up being that it hits the all-time high, you know, and it doesn't come back, that's like 200 or something like that, and it doesn't end up coming back up there again. Could end up chopping around the top 130s until it probably comes down again. I would suggest that it's going to happen again with a steeper sell down. When will he tweet? I don't know. Not my monkey, not my circus. I don't do that kind of stuff. If he tweets, it'll be probably as it's breaking out or something. Like last time he tweeted and people said there was the reason that it ran, but correlation isn't causation, and it was already in a breakout. So like I had been talking about buying it, and I was looking at the chart saying it was bullish, and he saw it on the screen the same as me, and he used his big brain for the through the options chain to sort of interpret the data and also make a buy-in. Then he tweets, and it's already kind of in that position where it's ready to go. It's already going. And people say, well, he's the reason it ran. I'm like, yeah, right, whatever. It was already breaking out, and it was at like 16 or whatever. It was above the creek when he, like it was already there. So I'm not trying to take anything away from the guy. Obviously, he made a ton of money on that, like he always does on GME, evidently. But, so do I think he tweets when to tell people way in advance that it's going to run? Probably not. I think he's aware that there's certain timelines that are more ideal than others that are likely. He's already said as much. And I think he's probably, again, got a much better grasp on GME than anybody else in the world in terms of like what's going on. But I'll say right now, like, it's very likely that he tweets when it's already getting ready to go, Yeah, this is still the same for me. It's still in a contentious zone. I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, I have a few critics on here who get kind of testy and they want to like tell me I'm wrong about everything or something. I don't feel like I was very wrong about this. I think I was pretty much spot on in terms of where this stuff was going to be. I said 28 at earnings and we chopped. Did not expect this. But I got to say, like, this is exactly where it should be right now. Like, I don't think it's been long enough that you guys probably forgot that. But there was a chart here that I had that was just like up and then sideways here. And all we really did was this kind of really dramatic drop and pump, which is fine. I'm not a particularly big fan of it, but it happened. So we have it, right? Now we have to use it. But this is very much like in line with what was expected. And think even in the matter of like where are the middle ears and all that junk that we talked about. These is the green marker and the red marker. It's supposed to be the center of the cat ears here. I mean, you tell me. Does that look like it's the center of this formation? Yeah. I mean, everything is going very well. But it hasn't really made that decision yet. I think that's the thing that I'm like waiting for that hasn't happened. And I'm not really sure what's going to happen here. I know that I only have two options here. And right now it's like, well, they don't look like they're following either option. Okay, again, ignore my lines if you think that if it didn't happen, oh no, it's not happening, right? Well, yeah, that's true. There is an element here that like something's missing or it's delayed. Because like, for example, right here, when we look at this S-curve to the upside, even if you were to measure it to like the lowest point and not to this breakout, which I still think is probably the wisest place to do it, you know, you couldn't really suggest to me that this is hyper accurate. It's not there yet. I mean, it has dipped here, maybe it runs here, but look at where it crossed down through the middle. It crossed down through the middle on February 3rd, maybe February 4th. So like this is the farthest I could push it, right? Reasonably speaking. And it's like now. And it didn't happen. So even if I were to like kind of fudge this and say, well, I was a little off or something, it didn't happen. So there's certainly elements of this that's like, that's not quite right. You know, it's a little off, or it didn't happen, so maybe it's not going to happen. Or maybe it's because it's a Friday and it's not going to run on a Friday. You know, I don't know. And it's really waiting for Monday. And this was off because of something else I did. I mean, it could be that I'm not choosing the right beginning point. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 more days here. That would add time to the end. But I will say that on the whole, this still looks pretty darn close to what we expected. Up, down, up again. This is the bottoming zone right here. And it is. And then up again. And then here you have this kind of down, up, down potential. So this is in the contention zone. And I would suggest that it's a weird spot to be, but right where those intersected, right here, you know, and this may not be perfect the way I drew this. I have no idea. I don't remember doing this. But I would suggest right here on that intersection is kind of the middle of this formation. And that's right around April 16th. So on my part, I would say that it's a little complicated because now I have to think about the way I would measure it out. If I were going to do a secondary measurement, I'd probably use that April 16th measure or April 17th and that beginning peak. And that actually does a pretty good job. This is where it crossed here. That just shows you Monday to Wednesday. So that's like the center point of this structure on the top. So, you know, the S-curve may not have been perfect, but it's pretty close. So Monday to Wednesday, it's kind of the deadline for me. I think if nothing happens next week with AMC or with GME, and we don't get this kind of final move in the market, I'm not really sure what to expect, but I think this is kind of the inevitability of it, is like, well, you may be in for a tailspin followed by some chop, because if the market's not able to make that boost and get that kind of final motion here, even if it goes sideways for a bit, you know, and it may not be like an immediate drop. We don't know for a fact it's going to be immediately dropping or something. It could take a week or two. We don't know for a fact, right? Then this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's probably coming back down, and it's hard to imagine the GME and AMC running really hard in that particular situation. If it were not for the fact that, again, on IWM, we saw something very similar in 2024. I think we've gone through this before. So this is like already nearly exhausted, right? And if it does have one more push, it'd be like Monday to Tuesday or something. But if you look at 2024, this is that same time period. So this is Friday the 8th. And then look at the following week. That's Monday the 11th. All the way to the 15th. It's actually coming down already. So if this is 1-to-1, and it could be, I guess, then this could be like downturning already. And that means that next week it drops through, that doesn't hold. That's what we would conclude, I suppose, if you wanted to conclude something is like that. And it doesn't mean it's the low, just that's where it dropped. And then it came back up again. So you might say like, well, it didn't quite get there, so maybe it's going to drop here and then come back up again. Just as a measure of possibility, I suppose. This actually came back up by the 28th, which follows through with option stuff. That'd be like the 27th. So it took a while. It's a lot steeper though, so I'll say that. Maybe up to there. That's where the creek is anyways. More like that, because this would be like the low. So, and then SPY was really different. It had a different path. I think SPY was like constantly still up, if I remember right. It did not go down there, which we're still kind of saying like, oh, that could happen. But if you look at May right here, this actually on the 8th, it kept going. So this is the same exact time right here. There was no massive turn down. And it's a very similar setup. We looked at this on IWM. We found it to be really awkward how similar it was. You can see the motion right there, that downward red motion, and that motion right here. Like, it could be done. It could be that that little peak right there was the peak, or it could be that that's actually like a final move that hasn't happened. I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say there. Hopefully. That's like a double top motion right there when it was like chopping a bit. You can see right after that motion on the 14th, which is a Tuesday, it has like a final big bump and like runs up high, and then it sells down and comes crashing back down. So maybe that already happened. This is the final bump, or we're just off by like a day or so, and then it really makes perfect sense because it's about the same amount of time. This is the this exploded on Monday into Tuesday the 14th, and it has a final push up and it craps out. So that would look pretty different than what I'm suggesting here. It'd be like this instead. But similar nonetheless. I think it could go pretty far down. So this is a little bit different because the S&P 500 continues to push into May 15th. The IWM, which is your small cap Russell, it's already coming down going into that Monday. It doesn't have an extra move. They've been fairly lockstep recently, so I'm not sure because they're pretty much lockstep right now. They don't really look any different to me at all in some ways. So I'm not sure. Maybe they both get that final move. Maybe neither gets the final move. Maybe they both come down. It's just that last year they were divergent in that way. They didn't have the same path. This year they look like they're pretty much the exact same. So I'm not sure what to expect. It's easy enough just to draw both and just say, well, there's not that much variety here, so yeah, neither went particularly high enough. It wouldn't surprise me at all, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, that if this ends up kind of capitulating early and sluggishly comes back up by the 28th, whereas this maybe comes up high and then stays high till the 20 or 28th and then drops like a rock. Either way, similar ideas, something like that. We'll find out. Anyways, good news is that's the same time AMC ran. You guys are like, well, what's the good news? Good news is that's the same time. AMC ran up that Monday and then came down on the 15th. I guess that's good news. And we don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but there's not that many options here. You know, I think one of them was like the continual run up. If it goes really, really high, maybe the continual run up to 4 and or 4, maybe even 485, which came up yesterday, which is really high. I think that's, I was uncomfortable with above 4, to be honest. So, I mean, anything above 4 is like crazy high to me, but I'd be concerned about it if it went slow. It'd be hard to know. The other option was more of the original one, which is just like another 2 or 3 day squeeze, followed by some really intense downside that basically drops back below 360 to 330 range. Both of those make sense, so I'm not sure. Yeah. I guess one could make the argument that it's a reset year over year, that we end up there on the 28th. That's a good argument, I guess, is that instead of going all at once and then landing low, we actually go and land right on it and like reset it. I would instigate a big sell-off because a lot of people bought in. There was a huge amount of buyers here in 2000, and most of the stuff we saw, there's a lot that happened right here. So it would make some sense to me to maybe he hits it year over year. Don't really care. If we run, I'm happy. If we don't run, I'm not happy. I'll still be happy as a human being, but I knew it was going to happen before the tweet. I didn't know the tweet was coming, but I only knew it was going to happen because there was a change of character here. And I also thought that the bottom was going to be mid to low threes, that it could hit as low as 250, which is really where it was. And I bought in at like 247, which is kind of amazing to me still to this day, because I don't usually buy in at the right time. I'm pretty sloppy sometimes with my buy-ins, and trying to catch a falling knife, very dangerous. But I did. I bought quite a bit at 247 because I thought if it hits 250, I'm going to buy, because that was my low from January that I had picked out. So it was a few months later that we finally hit it, and I was like, I'm just going to buy here. I think this is the low on the wave. It's a big wave. When it was going down, though, I was like saying, I think it's going to be in mid to low threes when it takes off again, and it did. And so when it started happening, I was like, it looks bullish. It's different than the previous. I think it's going to rocket really far. I don't want to sit here and boast about things that really in the end are not worth boasting about. But I will say that as a way of understanding the TA, like, it was important to recognize what was happening here on the big picture and then put that into action of trading. And I've said it before, but I did message right here. I think I messaged Stockbother and said, man, AMC looks super bullish right now. Like, I'm really bullish on it. I was kind of curious what his opinion was, but he didn't really have much of an opinion on it at the time because he was working on other stuff. I was like hell-bent on this thing going to 14 at some point. Even to the point where, remember when it hit like 1360 or something or whatever it was in after hours, I was like, it didn't go high enough. But I still got out at 10 when it opened because I was like, I'm not holding this. Because I was like, it's not worth it. It did not get out the first day. I didn't do anything. I was like, it's not far enough. It needs to be going way up. But those are things that, like, they happen maybe a little more once in a blue moon type events. But I think you have to just sort of be ready for it. Are we ready for this if it happens? Yes. It could be over in the blink of an eye. You know, it may be one of those things where it's a single day. This is a smaller setup. So we don't know, you know, if Monday or Tuesday it opened up and opened the chart and it's at 480 and you're looking at it and you're like, well, is it going to hold? Or maybe it's at $6, you know, and you're like, is it going to hold? And then it starts dropping and then it opens at 480 and there's 100% gap, you know, GTFO, you know what I mean? Like, because it's going to probably crap out. It could be a single day event in that regard. We had 2 massive days back here, and one of them we got to see a lot of the price action. We saw most of the price action on this day. But if I recall, this was like a 90% gap or something ridiculous. I mean, it was absurdly high. Oh, even more so than that. It was like 125% gap. I mean, this was a massive, massive gap. So almost, and that's a huge portion of that move. So if you look from like top to bottom, almost exactly half of this entire move was all in extended hours. I would never, ever in a million years have predicted that. It just never would occur to me that something like that would happen. But I'll tell you what, is that when it did happen, I'm like, yeah, this is bad. Because you don't have 100% gaps and not fill them on something like AMC. This is not going to happen. So in that regard, do I think it could be kind of similar? Like maybe, you know, we'd be lucky if we got to see most of the price action. And in some ways, we'd be luckier, I would say, if it just opened high. You don't have to stress about any of this other stuff. But I'm also curious if we do something a little different and have maybe a bit more chop here, you know, than expected, and just really work its way back out. It's going to depend on a lot of things with the short levels and all that junk. Let me look at the VRVP. I haven't looked at that in a while. I don't look at this very often because I kind of already know where my levels are. And if you're doing it right, I find that this is basically like useless. I guess it's good confirmation, I suppose. There's 305. But I mean, other than that, it's like, why bother, you know? I was used to use it all the time. But then I was like, yeah, it doesn't really add much to the chart. It just kind of creates more noise. So this is the highest liquidity right now since this whole area. I mean, you can see it. Since here, 440. Interesting. 440 was not one of the levels we picked out. We picked out 460 and 485, but that level is certainly important. You can see that marker that we have. It's coming from 440. And then the next one up is 485. Look at that right there. That makes sense to me because of where that 485 was here. In that region, that would be a heavily traded zone up here. So you've got a lot of pockets here. So if the price breaks $3, I think there's a decent chance 3 to 350 is like a big squeeze motion. This area right here where there's a like heavy selling after that earnings would be a lot of shorts covering. That's probably where you're going to see like that fling you up. And then there's no liquidity at all in the 380s. So that's why I wonder if we end up at 380, if we actually trade it at all. If we do, it'll be like this kind of quick little blips. It may just kind of gap through that or something. If I had to split it in half, would I split it from top to bottom like the previous one? Maybe. We already mentioned this yesterday, but it's right there. The middle's at like 350. If it goes all the way up. If it only goes to like mid fours, it's still in the same spot. It's like 330s. So middle is this zone right now, which follows. It follows logic. That this is where you're going to have the kind of the short covering boost, the more likely short covering boost would be like right here. I don't know, man. There's nothing really here that looks bad. I just kind of waiting. I figured if it didn't, we said it, well, I think a couple weeks ago, we were saying like it may not run till Monday. I think on the Discord somebody asked, and I said, I don't know. It's AMC. It was Mr. Momo because he was like, when's this thing going or something? And I said, well, I mean, technically, because he said, do you think Monday is going to be the low? I had said that I thought Monday this week could end up being the low because if it's going to drop again, it might do it here. It didn't do it. It ended up being that Wednesday, a few days off, but it was not, still hasn't made another low since this bottom. So we'll see. But I had said like, you know, really because it's AMC, it wouldn't surprise me. That's why I'm not particularly interested in it today. It would not surprise me if it didn't move at all. I mean, we get a late day bump, maybe. Just like with SPY, we were talking about maybe getting a late day bump. But there's not much else to say about it. I was looking at SPY this morning just to see the kind of the direction of the market, which way the money's flowing, and how things might shake out today. This still looks kind of suspect to me. Actually, it looks really similar to this guy, doesn't it? Doesn't it? And I'd suppose that's a creek test. I think from a more precise standpoint, it didn't look too hot because it went below the line, but kind of loosey-goosey, this is okay. I'm looking right now, I'm straightening it out. I'm looking at this peak, this peak. This already kind of had trouble backing up, so. And then I had suggested this might be a widening. It looks like it busted through the bottom of it, so I'm not sure that plays anymore unless you do that. Well, I mean, it's close. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Are you talking about in 2000? No, I mean, it was earnings, and earnings was okay. It wasn't great. I think we missed on that earnings. There wasn't any news on AMC, though. I do think it genuinely caught, it was probably one of the most insane moves and probably caught the most people off guard that I've ever seen. I don't remember there being any news, is what I'm trying to say. GME might have had something because of the, again, maybe it's just the way that people gravitated towards it. They're because Roaring Kitty tweeted, you know, GME had news. I don't remember any news for GME either, but I probably wasn't really looking for it, so I'm not usually looking for that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. This could hold up right where it's at. And if it does, then it should push. I'm going to suggest, because of this, that this is actually like a low. here, like a pivot low. And it didn't do a very good job of holding any levels in particular. So I think we're going to see probably some challenge and upside today. Okay. Yeah, all right. Figures. There's a lot of selling today, for sure. But it did jump back up, came back down, jumped back over here. So it did break out. And it's just a matter of that this is on a bit of weakness. So I'm just waiting to see. I'm not going to say it's going to happen right this second. It's kind of backwards. So maybe around noon. When did that happen? Just now? Oh. It's totally up to you guys. If you want to read into it, read into it. Yeah, I don't know. It's looking kind of suspect. Like, really weak. I wonder if it drops. Tries again. I mean, the good news is it did go above. Bad news is it looks pretty crappy. So this looks like it might sell back through. That's the way it looks to me. I'm not sure it's done yet with downside. This is like a classic distributive action. It looks like it's going to try to like go back down again. If it holds here and pushes up, it's got to just kind of breach the top again at 565. I'll take a look at AMC in a minute and see what we can see. It's about to be noon time, so the chart could change. I didn't look at it very closely. We just kind of talked about big picture stuff for a minute. We'll look at it really close and see what's going on. Even in sideways action, there's still waves and there's still information there, so we may find something. We may find something good. It's a bit of a mess here. Okay, I see that V shape. It's probably going to come back down to I think it's going to come back down to like this 563 level. If it can hold support at 563, I think this wave is done. This downward wave. Potentially. That's the 0.5 retrace, so looks like there's a gap at the 618, so that also might be in view here. That makes sense. It's 561. Probably if this wasn't curved, this would show it going down to like 561. Right there. So where we are now is a potential hold zone. Based on what I'm seeing, I think it's possible. This wave, to me, looks like it could be finished right there. But, you know, they get, like, these things adapt in terms of, like, spacing. So if you get too tied onto this idea that it has to be this or that, you kind of could lose the big picture. Like, there's probably another one here that goes to the 618. Yeah. Right there. So both of those are fine. And they kind of follow the current trends down. This guy to this guy. It's weird because of how crappy this is. So it's like, it looks like it's trying to go and then it doesn't go and then blah, blah, blah. It's divergent and then it's not advancing. This made a higher high here, but it's lower. So it's having some issues finding any traction today. But those two levels both work fairly well. So I would suggest that's probable. This one is a little less important to me. And let's finish here. So yeah, I think both of these are pretty likely. And then triangulates to the top. Probably this level. Oh, we do have a cat. Never mind. I don't know why I didn't do this before. You have this one. This one's the best one. This is the lost trend, so it's the one we want to kind of watch right now. That. Yeah, this doesn't matter. This is like a fake out. I don't think this one matters at all. So there's a level at the 5 here. Or maybe it is a shoulder level. Who knows? Could be. And then there's a golden pocket kind of stop right there. And I'm guessing that if I used a straight edge here instead of using... Yeah, I bet that goes really low. Out of this zone. So... Again, it's already below this creek, so that one's out. But not like... what I mean is like these two highs here to here. It's already kind of sliding through that. But these could catch fairly readily. I feel like I did this earlier and I already like deleted it all or something. There we go. That's Monday. That's today. That's it. You caught it right there. And then, weirdly, I know this kind of sounds strange because it's like, well, didn't we already do an S curve, the bigger one? Yes, and we did do that. But you would use another one on the second part. There's always like one in the beginning and then one at the end that split the gigantic one in half. So I think what we're seeing is actually a continuation of this wave right here. See that measurement? I think we're seeing a continuation of that pattern right there. Maybe even one and the same based on the way I measured it. Just did a calculated measure from the drop here where it dropped through that range and then the volume really picks up to the middle potential, which is where this intersects, at least at first, where it intersects that trend. I think that could be a pivot. And then I use that as like a middle anchor to measure a 50-50 around that. And this looks like Monday, midday around 11 or so. And that follows because the other marker I had was like 11:30. And we had talked about maybe again that the idea of it finishing today didn't need to be the case. We had the Gann box on the chart. What I said is I didn't think it really mattered that much. It's because it's pretty darn precise, but I think that if you look at it from one point of view, it's like, well, there could just be a gap up. I mean, and it would just finish the day of. You don't know. So, but that's basically the S curve. If it's going to go, it's going to build out here, SOS, and then pop. And I'm thinking that 270 or 575, it may stop short. It may not come to 583. So I'm kind of convinced myself of that after doing all that work earlier. Yeah. So I think we'll just use the same one. We'll do that. And then I'm going to take a page from my own book here and use this guy. So this goes a little bit farther out. This is like the end of the day Monday. But then again, that matches very well with the new trend that we just did. This ends at 11 and then end of the day it's up. Implication being at 11, you reapproach this level here and then you'd have like an SOS and then end of the day it would be there. This is a little different than the other one. The other one was like finishing like now. But it's there. That's a good one. I like that. That was a cool measurement. That worked really well. The other one was really different. It was the Gann box. So Gann box. It's not way off, but it's different. So much of this Gann box relies on getting that first or that middle angle right and then getting the middle correct. And if you don't have the middle or the middle angle right, then none of it works out as expected. It's super tight. It looks good to me. Like this looks great. I love seeing this. Like it's basically just riding those waves, which is great. But I mean, if I were like slightly off, I could definitely see it kind of just shifts everything over one. Yeah, if you put this like off, you see how that comes to the middle? But then these are just shifted over one, like one unit. It doesn't really change the effectiveness of it. That's how easy it is to get the timing off, isn't it? So maybe. I mean, that seems acceptable. End of day instead of beginning of day, Monday. Both work. Actually, this looks better even because of this. This high to low. It's like it's right in the middle. All right, let's look at AMC again. Slow day today. But I don't know about you guys. I kind of expected it. And I was like thinking today that I just wanted to relax a bit and chill out. We've been doing like crazy stuff the last week or so. I have. And I was streaming like 6 hours plus a day for the last like few days, which is a lot. So I was okay with the break today. I go hard when I go. I try to do my best. I know that I'm always improving, but I always try to do the best I could possibly do every day. It's important to do your best, even if you have room to grow. So I'm doing my best, but I can always do better. That's like the new mantra. Doing my best can still improve. Both can be true. You can be doing your best and also not be the best that you could ever be. Yeah, I don't know. This volume is trash. See, this was like the latter part of the day yesterday. Notice like there's no volume. I mean, just nothing there, guys. I mean, this is insane. After this move to have like nothing. There's no institutional volume at all here. And then out of nowhere, you get like a 46,000 candle right here at 270. Once it hits 270, which we knew was like, that's the area it needs to hold, right? Like once it hit that mark, it was like, oh no. But that's where the volume picks up. It was crazy though. It was on track to be the lowest. I think it was on track to be the lowest volume 4-hour candle of the year right there. Being sincere. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of the same spiel in some ways. It's like there is a possibility that this kind of just slumps again before close. We don't really know what this represents going into Friday, but I would suggest it could come down to that 618. So this ends up crossing up. It's going to be a bullish opportunity right here if it crosses up and goes to like 567 or something like that and just starts moving hard. I think that's going to be your opportunity of the day, and then it potentially just comes down again. This looks like a wave down to me. I'm not convinced it's not going to try to go for that low. It may not get there, but I think it's going to try again at the 0.5. Maybe it creates a spring. So if it's doing that, AMC could easily see some downside here. End of day. This is so messed up. This is so messed up. Oh boy. I mean, it looks a little bit like trash. I'm just being candid because it's missing like I don't know. It's gotten a break, but it didn't go high enough here. So the idea of this being like a cat ear, where this made a lower low in between the two ears, but didn't make a higher push. It may seem a little backwards because we're like, you're probably looking at it like, well, last time we did this. Yes and no, because what happened last time is that it needed to go up and make that push, and ultimately it doesn't succeed because it didn't break out and hold. Like it broke out here and then slipped right back through. This is the breakdown right there. But the thing is it had jumped over the first creek, right? The main indication that this was kind of bearish back then was that this had already dropped beneath the bottom. It had made a lower low in between these two ears, so to speak. But we've said it before, and I'll say it again. If this is a shallow S-curve, could you not have this drop and then recover, right, with strength and hold a higher low and then go? And the answer is yes. So had this made a bigger push and then just took off, it was a position where I think where you could have had, a spring bottom of sorts. I do think the bigger problem here was that this then presents a quandary of, if it goes down, it's going to go really low kind of thing, right? We're kind of holding on to that right now, actually, like looking back at that level that was lost. Yeah, we're pretty darn close to it right now. We're like chopping on it. It's, again, dropping back through 265. It's the same level. This zone right here, right there. This is like a spit pivot right there, right on that Friday into Monday. And then there's a cross pivot, and then so you're kind of going around to the top. So what we wanted to have happen didn't quite happen. And some folks told me that it did go, but I just don't see it. And it still says 266. And I'm looking at this like as just as straightforward as I can. I didn't want a wick that kind of barely touches the top of 265. I wanted like a full-bodied, like I wanted to see it go down there and like hit 265 zone and then push out. And to me, like that would have been decently strong. We did all this in like a very fast motion and we made a higher high, but we did not move above the top. We did push above 276. But now it just kind of looks really garbage. I'm just trying to be straightforward. And it's one of those things where you're like, well, it's over the top. I know it is. I'm aware of that. But it's doing that classic, like, cat ear thing, which to me is like, okay. So it tried to go low. It couldn't go low. So then it brought it up and it's trying to distribute now around 274, which was the previous place that we dropped from. So trying to like sell here. Meanwhile, it looks kind of bullish. Like there's a hint of bullishness, like a sprinkle of it, right? Like that salt guy sprinkling a little bullishness on there because it's sitting above the creeks. And it's above all the creeks right now. If you're wondering why Booksy's been flip-flopping back and forth the last 2 days, back and forth, it's because of that. Because there's these little minor inclinations that like, well, like technically that could be a buy-in, but it just doesn't happen very often on AMC, like if ever. It's just very rare that you see that actually fulfill. It goes back to a diagram that I've drawn a few times, and it's just a complicated, obnoxious diagram, but basically you have a sell-off with a reaccumulation. And this is essentially what happened in 2021 with AMC. In that case, it goes back up and over. The cat ears will finish strong because, and usually dips right here and then it goes. They'll finish strong because it's the sell-off within a little reaccumulation. I don't really get that here, but you could interpret it that way, I guess. And that would be like the sense in which it doesn't actually ever go back below 271 and it just takes off Monday. It just squeezes. But I think that on the whole, like most of the time when we see that formation, most of the time, it's usually distribution. Like we don't get the final. We might get like one little pop at the end, then we get like a hook, and then we just dump because it's a UTAD kind of thing because it's already like weak. So I don't know. It pushed back down through that. If I was just staring at it and I didn't know anything else about where it was in relationship to the creeks, I'd probably just say it's distributive because it looks like it's chopping back up towards, the previous liquid center, and it hasn't quite held it, and it's now creating this cat ears right across the liquid center. And it's like, that's right where, remember 276, that zone? And we kept saying, like, I didn't want it to hook beneath 276. It's like, well, what just happened? I don't know. That could be like a hook and a distribution. And if it is, it's going to just rug pull. So I'm still like skeptical of this. And if the good news may be that if this does happen and we get this bounce and SPY, I think we'll have a better assurance, at that point. If SPY does the push up this afternoon and then rejects and starts coming low, that would be an opportunity for the market to kind of, if it's going to make this pull down, do it. So we'll see. And if SPY, on the other hand, somehow, I don't know how this happens, but somehow it breaks back out early, then likewise, I think you've got maybe less of a chance, perhaps, if you want to look at it that way. I would have been happy if this thing had dropped and just done it earlier. The only thing I could think now is maybe there's like a bear trap involved and this comes down below, like as if it's going to break down. And there's like a big sell down going into Monday or Tuesday or even today. But then it like reverses. It's kind of the same thing we drew right before earnings, but just like hard reverses. That would be interesting. That'd be like a bear trap, but I can't really see why we would do that right now. I don't know. That volume yesterday was so weird. It was such garbage. Let's see what's here. Let's see what's available to us. This is nothing. This is just me doodling, so we'll keep that, but just keep in mind it's not really that important. I already did this one earlier. So yeah, this, if it dropped, I'm going to count the ears here. I'm going to use the RSI, I think. I'll check the on balance volume too in a bit. Yeah, it's just typical, like pump, go sideways and flat, failing to make higher highs. So it looks like a top, and it didn't go any higher. 275. Yeah. But then again, there's no doubt that's the selling climax. So maybe we can consider this a little range. If I were to just kind of glance at it, it just looks like it's doing the same thing over and over again. And I don't know what to make of that just yet. See this? It's like ear one, ear two, try to drop low. Ear one, ear two, try to drop low. Ear one, consolidation. Yeah, this is where it's consolidating. Ear two, try to drop low. How many times are you going to do that? I don't know. It's weirdly ramping up here too. Strange. That's a funky looking chart. So a widening spread by definition just means that there's a lot of increased competition. Usually a widening spread with high volume, if it's near a top, is distribution. A widening spread with high volume that's on a bottom would be considered possibly a spring, but usually accumulation kind of ends with a whimper. It's not usually very volatile overall. And that, again, it's relative to its time frame, so on and so forth. So it's not like you can't just say that and not qualify it by saying, well, it's got to have the time frame consideration. Interestingly, these bottoms are kind of different. I think this doesn't go lower. Yeah, it's basically flat. All right. Well, it looks like a distribution that's trying to break below 265. And that makes sense for a number of reasons. So the upside has been consistently getting higher since the first one. But they also managed to break low. Maybe we don't include the last one, or the first one, I should say. I think I did this before because I was using like that marker. It's not exact, and I'm not really sure it's going to be, but maybe we use that. Yeah, and then how can the on balance volume be rocketing like it is if there's just not that much volume overall? I mean, there's a little pickup here around earnings, but there it is. That on balance volume was like going way, way out. I don't know, man. I think we're still trying to get to 265. I don't think it's done. I'll say this, if it does this kind of pump and dump again, which seems very likely, I don't know how, but I think if it goes above 283, well, what's the actual number? 283. It's very significant. If this rockets like 284, then it's made a higher high. So if that happens and it hits like 284, it seems kind of out there because it seems to me like that's really far to move in like one day. But we did do the same thing here and here. It's just way more dramatic. It almost doesn't matter though at this point. It may not go that high, and it could just be a check to liquidity. So I would be cautious if it comes back above 276 that they're going to rug pull down really far. It's ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. But that's kind of where I'm seeing it right now, right here. So let me take this away and use some other information here. Let's go to the 15-minute. There's certainly like acceleration here. Like there's a clear acceleration that's going on, but it's not particularly fast, in some ways either. It's kind of so-so. What I mean is that it doesn't look like it's necessarily done accelerating. That's distribution. We already knew that when it didn't go back up. It's like the same angle too. Nearly. I wouldn't close it off unless it does this underneath here. I mean, I think that's kind of the big picture, is that there's no reason to be bearish just yet. If this happens, you should be bearish. You just have to be. But weirdly, the way it's moving, it already set up kind of where that hook is. You can see it on the chart, and look at where it's at. It's kind of different. It's like high up. That's a weird spot too. Why is it weird? Why is that there? Oh, I guess because I'm using the yellow. That makes sense, because it would be delayed. So that followed the breakdown quite neatly. And then it kind of craps out here off to the side. So it is a similar motion because it's made that motion before. This is a similar idea. You can see the dip. Granted, this isn't a much more bearish setup, but you can see the dip and the back up there like this. It's pretty similar to what we're experiencing right here, except that we're not below. Not really. So even if it went down, and it could, I guess this does elevate itself above this creek, and then this is the one that ends up getting lost on the last push down here. And honestly, it gets recovered too as well. It comes right back to it. But maybe we need to just identify where that one is. What if, hear me out, what if this is indeed a very similar setup, but it's setting up higher, and that's because when and if it does this other push, if it gets this extension, it would look kind of bearish. But it could just be a situation of like, we're going to go down and check that 265 again. And that's kind of it. If the chart does that, it doesn't necessarily break anything but this creek. It's possible that it gets that drop and comes above it before Monday. And then what's curious about this is if you look at where that is, it didn't actually lose the trend. Unlike last time, when the drop happened, it was definitely beneath it already. It was already beneath the trend. This one's above it. So it still does the drop. It still does that drop in. But then it recaptures the trend, maybe even by end of day. So it'd be like a pump here and then drop. I don't know. It's not enough time. It's only like 4 more hours, 3 more hours. It'd have to be like a quick pump. Maybe. And it could end the day at like 279 or 260. That might look kind of bad, but if it's above that creek, I'm not sure it's that bad. So what I'm thinking about is like how in the grand scheme of things, that if that were the case and it did pop back up over this on Monday, then it's basically just going. As it just takes off if it does that, which is something that would be very hard to read right now because you don't have the... It's almost like we don't see that almost ever, but I'm looking at it like, yeah, that would make sense. If this makes a higher low here after already dipping low and it holds or makes a double bottom here, I think it gives you a really strong case, that double bottom, for just a rip to the upside. Monday, especially if it closed above, if it closed it like above here and held the support. It's enough to look a little bit bearish because it dropped through the creek, but if it closes then above it, it's really just like a double bottom. Everything else kind of indicates that you should be in that spot as well. So there's not a lot of mystery here. It definitely seems like it's still targeting 265, 266. But as like a final double bottom check, I think that might be really strong. And then first thing Monday, I mean, I'm going to say you're going to definitely gap up, but if you did do this run up Monday, then it's pretty clear cut, because that gives you a spot that's a make or break. Because then if it drops back beneath 274, it's done. It's like over, you know, or even 276, it's over. Because if you came up like this and then slid back through, the up thrust is like completed essentially. Because at that point, you've now dropped both those creeks. You probably just go ahead and head down. It makes sense to me because I'm thinking about the... I mean, this is a bearish outlook right here going down. But the bullish outlook is just you don't go below that. You just break out. It may even be way up here like 286 first thing Monday. Slide really hard to 276. Like 10-cent drop first thing. And then turns around and just books it and just leaves. I know it's a lot of what if statements, and I'm really just drawing more squiggly lines, but I'm thinking about how you could go into a local distribution and still maintain this support here. I think that's all that's required. I think this could go if it hits that. I got to be cautionary though, because it can't slip below here. So if it closed beneath it, like let's say it pushed low here and then it closed beneath. I would have to just be very like, I mean, you just have to kind of read the chart for what it is and say, yeah, it doesn't look really good. That would look kind of bearish to me. It'd be a mixed bag for sure, but I would suggest that that's not the most bullish thing. If it did a double bottom on that, that's a little different. So it bottomed and bottomed again, but there's gonna be a lot of confusion if it comes down to 265 today and doesn't do anything else. Yeah, I think these ears are done. So I think I misjudged it. I thought that was the end of it, but I think I misjudged it. You can see that the middle of the ears is right here. Right there. What a mess. What a mess. But it's good information. Man, I don't know if I would have seen that without the RSI. That's a hard one to tell what's going on. But now that I see it, it's a little bit easier to visualize what this was about. It's like it is an advancement, but then it's backing up to this guy here, which makes, I mean, I don't know, it makes sense. We already kind of saw that. 1 and then 2. So 1, 2. And then you've got, in the midst of that, you've got like this acceleration pattern, which is, again, kind of strange. This is actually going really fast. It doesn't look like it got there. So it did the bigger one, didn't do the smaller one, which is steeper, which goes up even higher. And maybe we see that today. We were talking about perhaps seeing like a push. It's just not there. It's missing. It's missing like a piece. It didn't go there. So this is a layup here, and then you've got another resistance there. And this goes up, comes back down on top of it. Double tops. It's tricky. Normally, if that's the hook, that's it for the S-curve, at least that S-curve. So that one's done. Normally you might see a hook. That's like kind of the best case scenario. But I don't know. We don't always see that with the moving averages. It's like it's there, but yeah, you can see what I mean. Like this would come up and hook. And then it has to make an attempt. At that point, if the hook is a failure, then it is just like over here. It's kind of like what happened back here. This did actually have, in my mind, I think it had a pretty full hook. So, and then this one's like, no. So, if it fails here, it's exactly what we think, which is that this is like a diamond and it just basically creates like an S-curve. So, it's essentially like another 50% down. It's going to go down to 266, which is the same concept we had before. It's a huge retracement, essentially like a double bottom. It does lose this creek. It has to in order to make that drop. That's probably why this was so heavy in volume, because it was testing that zone right there. And I think it's this one. If I recall, it should be the one that looks a little bit low. Like I grabbed the wrong wick or something. probably doesn't really matter. They're pretty much going to be the same anyways. Yeah. But I think that's a better one. So there was a bit of weakness yesterday right there. So certainly, if it's a shallow S curve, that would be bullish. So having it go down and maybe double bottom at 269 would be bullish, and it would probably hold the creek. We can't get too worked up about 270s anymore, because at this point, it already hit 269. So like if this came down today and it hit 268 even, but it did it like late in the day, that actually could be quite bullish. I mean, in the end, if this pops back up, that shallow S curve is negated. It's the same kind of story. So there's a lot of ways this could move forward in a very positive way, instead of it being really bearish. But yeah, this is basically like a diamond structure right now. So I don't want to say it's all but guaranteed, but it's going to make a move based on the height of the structure. At least in my opinion, it's going to make a move this way, back above 276, or move this way, back down to 266. So about a 10-cent range there, about 4 cents either way. Not huge. Nothing humongous. I guess if I had to pick one, I'd rather go down, because then I feel like if we go down, we have a better chance of not flushing. I feel like if we go up, we're probably going to flush pretty hard, and it may even go below, and I don't want that. If we go down right now, it's fairly straightforward. And we have the rest of the day to kind of make it up. But I guess you never know. You could always make a higher low on a pullback. I don't know. There's just a lot of boxes that are trying to be checked, and it's confusing. There's too much going on. I don't think we're going to be able to track it all. I can do a lot, but I can't do that much. So yeah, this still seems really likely to me. I know it's boring. It's slow. There is stuff going on though. So if I have to pick, I would just say that more than likely, if we see another low and it's still bullish, it could be that 266, 267 area. And then everything else right now is just chop, just garbage. There's not really much to say about it. It's just noise. There's a lot of noise here between these levels. I suppose the reason I'm most concerned about going up is that, to me, it seems like if you go up again and it fails and it slides through that creek to go down, it's possible it's just going to start down. Like it would be this drop there. So I would be very cautious if it went up first, that we could be setting up for a really ugly Monday, as opposed to maybe what's being hoped for, which is like a really bullish Monday. And the timing here would then be very suspect. So timing of like a run. It could end up being a very last minute, end of the month kind of thing. I titled my thing Market Games because I was thinking about how it was on like a wire and you're just kind of waiting. And it is a consolidation here. I know it seems a little backwards, but the pattern has been consistently like, let's go up and then drive the price lower. So if there's an attempt to do that and it cannot do it, it fails to do it, fails to come back below here, it's bullish. If it goes up and then does drop below there, it's pretty bearish. Like that's pretty much, in my opinion, I'm not going to say like it's not possible. It's always possible, but in my opinion, that's the most confirmation you're ever going to get for something like a sell down anyways. So you're not going to get anything else. So if it slides through that 266 after punching 276 again, I wouldn't have any choice other than to say it's going to drop. And then I'd be looking backwards at more than likely like this one, which I kind of deleted it a couple times, but that'd be like the first and probably the most major one that I would look at is this guy. And again, it's not super, super low, you know. For all we know, this thing doesn't go all the way down, but it would be that zone around 254. So the first bottom. If it goes down first and then it recovers above, I think there's a chance that it just goes Monday. Especially if it closed like high above like 272 here, this support zone. It's crazy like looking back at where this is. It always ends up being the place, you know. Mm. It's a crappy day. Watch stock market do nothing. Yeah, right now this still just looks like a hook. So there's the double top right there, and then it dropped, came back up. It hasn't broken above that main trend either, so it's very flat here. Let me see how low that went. GME. So this had a low of 25.79. And then this only has a low of 25.88. This had a low of 25.67. So yeah, I mean, if this is just pushing that creek level, you could have one more. This is like a phase B bottom, then you could have one more drop without it being necessarily like a bearish thing. Oh, except this came over the top. I think we talked about that yesterday. What a mess. Yeah, I mean, then again, that just kind of makes it look more like a distribution. So, I don't know. I think we had gone through this before. I wonder if we're gonna see like some kind of a late run up. it has to change character, I guess what I'm trying to say. Like at some point, this has to either make the drop and turn it around into a spring above the creek here, or just spring. I mean, it's not that complicated. And that it has to like maybe make a higher low and then just go above the top. If it doesn't do that, everything else would be, I think your expectation would have to be that it's kind of bearish for now. For now, not forever, just for the next few days, maybe even next week. You know, it's hard to say. Well, GME doesn't run. I know. That level cannot be broken right here like this. I will probably go into a deep dive. There were a lot of folks that had talked about maybe not leaving until end of the month. Maybe the 6th or the 7th. Timing on that's kind of right, so. Retesting 26, then coming back up. There's a creek jump right there. I wonder. That's the 19th. It would be like one more down. It's a longer date, so I'm trying to think about it. You know, critically. This is the 50% marker, which makes sense. I already knew that though. Let's see what this does. Actually, that could make more sense because This is why I use RSI. Well, probably one of these two, but I can't tell. I'll have to zoom in a bit, but that actually kind of works better anyways. That would be like directing it into this corner. Okay, well, this actually follows quite neatly. You can see the hits and then the checks on it. This follows quite neatly, but I need to do should be right there. Oh, actually it's already there. This is too short. This is like a little off. Probably just a time frame thing. Candles are obviously spanning more time on the daily than they are on the hourly, so it's right there. So we're more precise now. So that's the middle, and then it looks like almost there, like right there. That's actually like a correct way to draw the S-curve around the middle. That's as anchored as I can get it. So assuming that I got the first part wrong and it wasn't actually that quick, this is the second one that I could do. That's very precise. That was correct. So the marker is from here. It might be it's got to be that one. I'm establishing a new S-curve. So if this is a cross up and it does hold, and right now it's a mixed bag. It's jumped over some of it, hasn't jumped over all of it. You can see what I mean. That between this blue and this peach colored thing, those are the ones that it's kind of sandwiched between, which is like in the cross up, you have to see it cross up. Like can't just stop. So this did do a jump here. But then I'm like waiting to see what remains. So I'm trying to see what else there is here. There's not much else between here and the top. This is a huge gap zone now. Like there's a huge amount of space. But what I'm trying to do is determine this marker so I can see if that does anchor to the corner. And if it does, then this is an S-curve as well. I think it does. We could debate it as the wick goes, but like it could be this one or it could be the wick. There's a lot of interaction. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 points of interaction there and the close. So I'm thinking this is right. And it goes right up to the center. Which means that underlying structure is there. Doesn't mean it has to take it. It means the underlying structure is there. The rest of this crud was all hypothetical anyways. It was really more about how the iterations might pan out. We didn't have... I'll have to go back and look and see if I did the divisions. But I don't think we did the divisions, so I'll have to take a look at that again. Longer than anticipated, right? So this does look like it's hooked. It needs to come down and then go again. This is a very strange one. But I think that what we would actually be seeing is like the moving average here. Doing like a retest of sorts. Yeah, maybe right here. So if this comes down all the way to like oversold or something, your moving average, by the time that happens, it would be like coming down. And my guess is as soon as that got down there, if it happens that way, it's probably going to rip the other way. Like, so whenever this happens, it does make me feel like this could end up being like another week. And I know that I said the same thing on AMC if it came down, but I had suspected it was just going to go as well. And that, so it's like very different, trains of thought. I mean, maybe it could do it really fast. Could be just a yank down and just end up right there. End of day. We've got a few more hours. So if it just had a big pullback, went real low, and this came back down, but I mean, it doesn't have to, I guess. It's not really like a rule. I guess as long as this RSI did, I would just expect it, that's all. And then once it does that and it bounces, then the price action has to come up above here. And that is on Monday, Tuesday. Like this intersection is on Monday, Tuesday. That's the current ICE intersection right there with the top. So it's in the right spot for it if it takes that route. So then let's look at, it may not, yeah, maybe doesn't go down low again. Let's see. Let's take a look at this. Let's go to, I mean, obviously that looks nice, but do another S curve. I can't draw the S curve without knowing like where the midline is. So that's why I always try to find it first. And it's usually like a wave that's broken down. So there'll be like an initial support and then a breakdown somewhere on the top. And then once it's broken down, it could maneuver it however. It could end up not going or it could go, but you'd have, yeah. So this is the same thing. This is in the same spot. It would be like right on top of it there, potentially. And that gives you a pretty good chance that this runs up. But this is like a whole week. This is slow. It's too slow. This is like where it ends up Tuesday. This is like really slow. That's not exactly what we're expecting, is it? What's going on with this chart, man? Are we gonna like chop upward like we were saying? Maybe we will. Let's see where this, let me see where this target is real quick on the price action, just real fast. I want to see the comparison between the two. So this goes back to January. It's pretty far. This goes back to January 8th. January 8th is at $4. Nope, it's proportional. GME folks wouldn't like it, but it's proportional. It's right where it should be. So heading back towards January, I think we talked about this before because we talked about how like there was a weird setup going into, it was like back on like the 11th of November to like January or something like that. And there was like this cross pattern. Yeah, so that's correct. So this is a reset. This takes you back to January. And then this takes you back to January 8th. So both going back towards January 8th, roughly by the 19th or 20th. So there could be some bigger moves on that Monday, because that's a Monday, Tuesday, right around the 20th. This is like the exact same target that we have here. We had we'd done these yesterday for various reasons. They're all a little bit different, but they're this one was one of the more consistent ones that kept coming up. It is different though than what's expected. So what does that mean, Buxy? Well, I don't think I was expecting it necessarily to stop there. We had it going to maybe that 408, 409 area and even extending beyond to near potentially even like 480 or something. This does imply that, though, that this could be a spring for AMC, because it really would be like a situation where it's sort of self-explanatory. Because if you're not going to leave till the 19th, then really anything goes in terms of the 15th. You know, going into the 16th, you could be down here and then break out on the 19th and just run up for like 2 days to the 20th. And if you're lower, the move is bigger, but it's delayed, so it's still like a huge move. And then the question of like, well, why can't we go higher than that is a good question. I don't know the answer to that question. Other than like, that's just all there is to it. That's just the trajectory. I plan on streaming on Monday. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it looks like I mean, it kind of makes me feel like this Monday might be a non-starter, or if it does go, it's going to be like a series of buy-ups, which we had said before might be the case, right? You might get like a push and then a push and the push. And I had these triangulations on the screen. One of them was here to like 296 or 3. I mean, it could still happen that way. We could still go up instead of down first. But I'm just like saying, if it's one big push, there's really no reason to go anywhere until the 19th. You could have a squeeze from like the 19th through the 20th, like literally like a 2-day thing. And that would be that. And then it would be done. Especially if you don't go beyond 4, which that's not surprising. That's nothing new. I've said as much a million times at this point. So that's still been like the main middle. We've talked about low lows and we've talked about high highs, but so what would it look like just simplify everything real quick. What would it look like to just go just to 410 or something? Let's say 485 doesn't happen. We know it's possible. So like at this point, I'm just going to start deleting junk. Hopefully you guys are aware. Like we've talked about it enough. But I want to identify where those. One of the triangles had like come and gone, and we didn't get it. It was like the next one up was here. I think I mentioned that it could be a little off because I used this angle, but there's another angle way over here and another one that's like slightly higher that looks more like Tuesday. So I'm going to use the Tuesday one for this example. Just say it hits on Tuesday instead. This would be really slow. It would kind of stink. But it would be slow. By comparison to maybe what our expectations are. And then the next one was... So yeah, this is one's a bit in question. I'm sorry, this one's a bit in question because there's there's like 3 different points you could use, and I'm using the 2 extremities. But there's one like right in the middle on Tuesday. And then the next one, it's kind of the same deal. This one goes up on Wednesday the 14th, like the next day to like 338. This one's a lot stronger, but I do think you could make an argument that it goes low as well. Well, I think that'd be really extremely... Maybe this point instead. That's way over there. I don't think there is another one. Still, this pocket region. But then again, that's getting really close to that Friday. So it's like right there on Thursday the 15th. That's like slightly beyond it. So maybe Thursday into Friday, it's up at that level. I already forgot the level. 340. Yeah, then the Wednesday low that we talked about, and then the Thursday pushes out 340. Friday, man, this is going to be garbage for options if it happens this way. You might get like singular days that are really good, but a lot of this might end up being quite crappy compared to maybe just a single move. So then there's an acceleration here. So I'm specifically using the trajectories that are on this S curve because I think in the end, the last trajectories are usually the best trajectories, even though there are others. And then this also works. This one right here puts you in that pocket, but I'm really looking at those specifically as probable trajectories to use. So it pushes above this one, retreats to the previous, pushes above this one, retreats to the previous, and that puts you in the right spot. See that? And that makes sense because usually how we climb. And then the last one would be, it could be Friday into Monday, or it could just be Monday. It doesn't really make any difference because you wouldn't want to risk it probably. But yeah, then that runs up. And then pragmatically, there's no real reason to, that looks right. It's that trend that was established here and here. There's no other reason to go any higher, but you could. I mean, you don't know that for sure. If there is an extension, it would be some kind of craziness. But I'd be willing to venture that if it does get up here, I don't even know. We may not even see it, you know? Could see something where it like comes back down in extended hours, hits like 45 and then drops like 80 cents before the open. So we don't know what we don't know yet. That would be it. Now, there's another question, which is like, well, what if it just keeps going? That's not impossible, but in an S-curve, you would have another one right here. So, like, that is actually almost the expectation to some degree. Because if this goes again, I mean, look at where that is timing-wise. Jeez Louise. It's July 11th, right? It's right on the money. It's July 7th, which is right where we thought it might be. So it's actually quite consistent with the idea that this could run up farther. It's just that the first move maybe doesn't go as high, which is fine. Yeah, it's just more muted. That's all. It's really not that different than that other red line I have. It's pretty close. That's correct. That's the full wave. You wouldn't need to go any higher than that. So weirdly, even though this looks like it goes like to the moon right after, I don't think that's likely. This is kind of like backwards. Actually, I'm just going to redraw it. You would need to come back to this top at 29.70 something. And then I think you could kind of walk yourself out. Sort of the same deal as this. And you're probably going to have a similar kind of cattier setup. So this might actually stay high first and then come back down later like that. That makes sense. Yeah. I think GME might have more of a slow build out then until the end. This is a bigger S-curve right here. So it does work. And then that makes sense because that is exactly the time. That's exactly what we talked about last time, I think. We went to look at the previous macro squeeze, and it was almost exact same. You had that same walkout. Yep. Even looks pretty similar. Yeah. So this is that backup right here. You already came down, you pushed out. If it holds and jumps up, it's going to go up to the top again, which is at 32. That is from August 2020, right? We mentioned this last time because it's interesting how the initial push out is much the same. And before you get like too picky about it, and I don't want to go into like high detail. It's a very similar concept. We're really just talking about a larger wave here. You know what I mean? So like we're talking about much the same thing. But also this guy is really what we're identifying because we're using a blue wave right now in the local time. This is what we're identifying right here. This guy. So we've already done that. We created that right there. So that's the walk back up. And then it starts this like squeezing motion going towards July here. And that's the squeezing out motion. So meanwhile, and I think we've gone through this a couple times. This is August. AMC goes into a spring. I think we're right on target, man. I really do. Now I'm starting to see it a little bit better, which is good. Well, at least the direct targets. We had kind of known where the abouts they were, but it took forever to see the more direct targets. Yeah, this runs up into the peak by September 1st. I was just trying to remember what the date was. And then this is the peak here, September 1st. So there's an upward motion. So this is basically the upward motion we're tracking. In some ways. You guys are like, well, this shouldn't be this. Yeah, I know. Based on where we are, it's that. But just timing-wise, it's faster now. We're looking at something that's potentially, anyways, accelerated. If it's not accelerated, then I don't know. Because this is like really slow by comparison. This is August through January. So August, September, October, November, January. It's like 6 months, right? It's a long time. I wonder if it's like roughly the same as that. I think it is. Maybe we think this is going to go. It's not going to go that fast, guys. This is slow. This is January. This is like December. This is like a December 2026. This is really like a January run. If it went that slow, it'd be miserable. But that is possible. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's really slow. Also doesn't really make any sense of the local time. But maybe what we're seeing is like, again, a little bit of both. We may see like a squeeze here and then a squeeze again there. And this one doesn't go all the way. Maybe it only goes up towards the all-time high and then it comes back down. I don't know. It's kind of crazy because it doesn't seem like it would take that long, but it really does take that long in 2021. So it'd be like going sideways here for like 6 months. Walking from 35 up to like 60. I guess it could be both. What if like it goes up and then it doesn't actually do some kind of massive push? It just starts chopping. Then what happens with AMC, man? I don't know. It wouldn't be pleasant. It doesn't really make any sense with AMC's timing. I'm just saying. It's like completely wrong, but this takes a long time too. It's like a really long time. 126 days. Well, so the problem with that would be like this is the middle of the structure. So that'd be really different. I already said I thought the middle was over there, but gosh, if the middle was here, it'd be slow. Slow, slow, slow. Oh my gosh, it'd be so slow. This wouldn't leave. This probably would be 2026 before it even moves again. I think we'll just stick with what we got. I'm like, wait and see what happens. Well, the point is I'm not necessarily expecting anything today. Maybe not even next week, potentially, if it comes down, because it's definitely a possibility. I'm looking at GME a little bit more sideways because I'm just curious, if it holds here and it holds above 265, and especially during close, maybe it holds above 270. That could be bullish. It really just depends on what happens with this push. If you go up above and then you start sliding back through these levels, no bueno. If you can manage to sort of stay the course, we could argue either way. Typically, this kind of a consolidation on AMC is not in our favor, but hey, there's always the exception, and there's always the chance that we see something that's unexpected. Maybe we start a run today and some of those earlier trajectories that I had are starting to become more fulfilled. I don't know. It's always a question mark, but I do think that the triangulations and the targets, like this looks pretty good, are still intact. So I'm not super, super concerned just yet about anything. And GME looks good to me. I kind of need to backtrack and just maybe look back because someone had said, Mikey said they didn't think it was going to go below 26. Well, I tend to agree that if it breaks out here, it's probably going to just come up and then land on top. And right now it's trying to do it. So if it can break out here, it may just go up. We may end up having a Friday pump and stay at 28. If it doesn't hold here and it drops again, I'm kind of with you, but I don't think that, I'm not sure about this idea that it doesn't come low again. To me, this would read more like a phase B before a spring. So I would expect it to potentially still dip beneath this bottom. Could there be an LPS? Yeah, in which case you'd be right. It would look like it hits like 26 right here and then just goes. But a spring would go below. Either could be true. So we're looking at next week either way. This is the only situation that's kind of bad for GME is if it hooks right here. Everything else looks pretty good. Same with AMC. The only real situation that's bad is if it can't manage to hold this trend support and it breaks down through 266 and slides. And we probably would see some early indication of that with something else, I mean. So it's not like it's going to just, it could just happen all at once, I guess, with a gap. But probably it's going to be, a head fake, then a drop, then this, then that. So there's a gap at 25 for a spring. Yeah, this little guy. There's a gap there at 25. That's down here. Yeah, it could go that low. That's kind of where I had it going at first because this didn't get checked. So I thought maybe it just slips all the way down. Liquidity is liquidity, though. Like, we don't know if it needs a spring or not. We just have to kind of look at what's going on. And I'm not very good at it, so I'm just going to be honest with you. I've gotten better at it, but GME doesn't always go for a spring, so I wouldn't necessarily expect it to. Like, it could easily be an LPS here. It did recently do stuff like that, where it just kind of went the other way and kept going low. So I don't know. 25 would work as well. I don't think it's that low. It just has to come back above. It can't stop at this ice level here at like 26.50. That's what I'm trying to get across. I mean, Wolf has a good entry. I might suggest like it only comes up here and hooks to start, but it may hook here before going back down. And then I think it's probably going to come back to, I think more than likely, it tries to at least come back down to like the 280s. But anywho, it's a good place for it to be right now, so we'll see. They need news. They need good news. Yeah, beware the upthrust with the drop here for this afternoon. I'm going to head out. I'm going to eat and do other things today. I got some other stuff to do. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I will be back Monday. If something goes crazy in the day, I'll come back on. But we're really like close. We really, really are. I agree. It's very exciting because this is it. You know, there's not much else to do. Worst case scenario here is not even that much time. Worst case of this dropping to a low, I'm still thinking like within a week. So we're really right there. And potentially just going is very possible. So I wouldn't mind seeing the drop. I mean, I'm looking at RSI right now. Like, even here, I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that go down and then rip. But I really want to see it, if it hits anything at all, I would love to see it hit. I said this before, I'm going to say it again, 266 again. If we get like a double bottom at 266 and then we break out here, I think that'd be really, really, really strong. I do. Even though that might look bad at first. So, no kidding. I'll drop a link. I don't keep the links very long because we get people who spam or try to do stuff that's inappropriate. So I try not to spread it around like a germ. Instead, I'd rather it just be more invitation only type deal. I'd say that we've kept it pretty small, but you know, on the whole, it has grown quite a bit, I guess, in the last year or so. Well, once I get that link, I'll drop. So what you want to do is, I'll drop the link, but I don't, again, I don't normally do that. So I'm usually trying to tell people to just to message me and then I'll invite you. But I'll do the link this time. I'm going to invite you to the welcome and rules. You have to accept the welcome and rules in order to participate. So make sure you check them. The rules are pretty simple. Basically, just be kind and be professional and to try to avoid, poop posting. It's a very clean Discord. We don't curse a lot and stuff, mostly because I want it to be, an open place for people. It's not that I personally don't think you should curse or whatever. I don't care what you do with your own mouth. But the idea of a professional environment where you're just trying to share charts or discuss things or whatever, it just works better when it's treated like a workroom, in my opinion. And we also avoid a lot of drama because there's not a lot of misunderstood language. The only other thing I would say is the only person who's ever been banned was banned because they were just really negative all the time. And I mean really negative all the time. They were not like one time or two times or three times. It was like every day. And they were posting like paragraphs about how upset they were at AMC and stuff. And it really was not contributing anything. It just was negative. And I don't have any problem with people saying, man, I had a really crappy trade. That sucks. I've said that before. It happens. But if it turns into like a, oh, I'm making fun of people who are, in a bad trade, or I'm just constantly being negative, attitude is really important in a work environment. So that's it. I mean, there's other stuff on there, but yeah, if you want to go, goof off and just be crazy and stuff, just find another Discord group. Like, it's not a big deal. I'm not against people doing that. I just don't want that to be what this Discord group's about. So yeah, and remember, you won't see anything unless you read through and check the rules. So there's no paid content. It's all free. I do have a resources. They're really basic, like TA book kind of things. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's pros and cons to being overly friendly or overly personal. I mean, you can build good relationships with people that way. Sometimes you do, but the flip side is that it can become very nasty very quickly. So when things get personal. So just try to keep everything, it's a little boring, but that's okay. I just try to keep everything very clean and simple. Welcome. Oh yeah, my charts are regularly posted, but you're welcome to post whatever you want, chart-wise. And we have channels for alternate tickers or crypto and stuff. Do try to make sure you're in the right channel when you post stuff. Try not to post AMC stuff in like a GME channel or whatever. It's just a categorization. It's just a way to keep it organized. I don't post every single day in every single channel, but you're more than welcome to also ask me, and if I have time, I'll look at something. So if you have a question about another ticker and you want to poke me, that's fine. You're funny, dude. I'm actually about to head out, so I'm going to go eat. But yeah, we may see something now that it's like 1 o'clock. Prices are moving again. It looks good. I'll come back if it's crazy end of day in like an hour. If it's not crazy and it's kind of chill, I'm probably going to just stay back because I got other things to do today. It's been raining like nonstop, and I got to mow the yard. I'm going to have to wear my boots, though, because it's like a swamp. But I need to mow because it's supposed to rain again. We've been like flooding in our area. It's not good. Yeah, no worries. I think there's definitely a limit to what I do and what I've been able to do in the last few years with the streaming stuff. The Discord allows for different people to post ideas and for it to be a little bit more community like, and that's good because a lot of times there's people who have really different ideas. Like Mowgli has been very much on the side of like we need the drop. You know, he sees an Elliott wave and that we need to drop here. So there's goodness to having that diversity of opinion, and those are places that we can see in the Discord group. We can see different charts and stuff. Whereas the stream, it's always just me and whatever methodology I'm using. It's always going to have some bits and pieces that are holes. So you got consideration for other people in those other groups. You don't have to worry about. I do post the most often, but like there's certainly a lot of people in there who've posted different ideas. And that's good. I think it's important. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens today. I gotta go. Got things to do. Yeah, man. Always try to be professional. So I will talk to you guys Monday unless something crazy happens today. In which case I'll be back on in like an hour. But I'm for now just plan on Monday. Oh. It's gonna sound a little bit like arrogant to say that I don't really follow anybody else. Part of it is that I don't want to copy others' ideas, not because I think that that's always what happens, but so a lot of the videos and stuff that I'll watch in my free time are like training type things, like people that talk about Wyckoff, people that talk about Elliott Wave, and the longer they've been doing it, the better. And typically they're kind of boring videos. I don't really watch a lot of the YouTube people, if at all, like the ones that are doing the trading and stuff. I'm trying to think. There was one guy that I kind of followed for a while. He's a pretty good options trader. I can't remember his name though off the top of my head, but if I remember it, I'll share it with y'all. But he trades options pretty well. There's two guys actually that trade options well. I tend to follow people that don't do stuff that I do because it helps me to, which is mostly the options stuff, like things that I need to learn, get better at, is it helps me to learn. And if I just looked at somebody doing wave analysis, it's probably gonna be pretty similar to what I'm doing. So, most days. So yeah, anywho. We'll see. I'll try to remember their names and share that with you at some point. Oh, well, yeah. Stockfiler and I go way back to like, I've known him for like 4 years now. At this point, he's basically like an unknown. He's just a guy who used to call himself Father, and then he changed it to Stockfather. But he used to call himself Father, and it was funny. I don't know, because he was a brand new dad. He does Wyckoff, and he's pretty good at it. And for the record, he's called out a lot of the big drops. So he caught a lot of flack in our first Discord group because people just didn't think he was right very often. ironically, he kind of like wasn't wrong either. He would have like comments about they just weren't very nice to him, I guess, and he felt like he was not really like needed there. So he started an algorithmic trading type thing, and he did for a while. He ran this like AI thing, and this is before AI was. I mean, the last year it's blown up, but he ran like an AI program that was intended to like trade AMC and stuff. It got pretty good, but over time it lost subscribers and it was costing him more to run it than it was to keep it open. So he kind of just dipped out, and he recently came back and started doing videos. He's a good person to learn Wyckoff from. He keeps it very simple. His charts are extremely clean. He's very like one-minded in that way, and so if you're looking for someone to learn Wyckoff from, he's a good person to listen to. And he's usually not wrong, but it's kind of like me to some degree. He'll have a good idea about what's going to happen, but it may take longer or do something a little bit unexpected first. And part of that's because Wyckoff does not use time. Like the way that I try to measure time with waves and all this other stuff, Wyckoff really doesn't do that. It does not consider time a factor unless it comes to the cause being built. And really, it's only time is only a factor in so much as the price travels. If it doesn't travel out of a particular range, time doesn't really matter. So they use like P&F charting, for example, and it only signals a P&F when there's a certain level of movement. So a P&F bar. So it's like it's an interesting methodology, and they don't really, but at the same time, they don't really try to predict time. So he might say something looks distributive, and then there's a huge amount of time that passes before a distribution actually takes place. But that's because he's not really looking at time. Or he might say, this is a phase B, and there's nothing really else to say because there's nothing in Wyckoff about a phase B that defines it before it's done. So we both had the same idea when AMC first ran up. But I also thought they may have changed character, and then he didn't think that at all for a long time. But this was like an SOW, right? So that this was a potential sign of weakness. He had said that. So he thought it's going to come back down. And I had said, yeah, it could come back down. But I also thought, it may be one of those things where it doesn't come back down until after it hits $8, for example. So like both of us would have agreed that this is going to come down based on something similar. He would not have tried to predict necessarily where the UTAD was going to go. And I don't remember him doing that, but he also hasn't really been on here at all. And he doesn't, I haven't talked to him in a long time. He does occasionally do videos, but I think he said that it might come back up to, like we might see a UTAD right here back up to, that was the last time I remember hearing something back up to near 4. And I thought the same thing, but then it delayed. So I would be curious to know what he thinks of this, that it's going to drive up and then go down to a spring. He'd probably say that he agrees, but he doesn't necessarily think it's going to go that high or something. I don't know. But he's a guy I would recommend just to listen to, just to learn a little bit. He doesn't chart like a whole lot, so maybe he's changed, but he used to do a lot of just AMC stuff. I don't know if he does anything else. Yeah, and I can't remember the other two guys right now, but there were a couple others. To me, it's just about learning things that I'm not very good at and like trying to become more proficient with certain things. So all right, I'm going. It's time for me to go eat. You guys have a good one. If I don't see you again, I'll see you on Monday.